afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our Sunday show. We are starting a little on the early side, so give me just a few minutes. I am still tweaking some things here. So, happy Sunday again, everybody. Got about 5 minutes here before we start the show. But as Pip was asking, Molly will be here today. She is on her way here. So if any of you have been looking forward to seeing Molly back on the show, she is on her way here shortly. Carolina in the chat. Captain Carolina back from vacation. So good to see you, buddy. We'll definitely be here for Copa. Hopefully we'll be here for Iceland as well. I got some family flying in on the JetBlue flight tonight from JFK, so we'll probably be here until that JetBlue flight arrives around 8:30. So we're going to be here. It's going to be a long day. Hopefully you guys stick around for the day. Hopefully you guys will enjoy today's show. Again, Molly is coming. Molly will be our guest today. They'll be here shortly. She sent me a message letting me know that she is on her way. So happy Sunday, everybody. Our 777 is number 2 for arrival, I do believe, coming in from London Heathrow. Nope, it'll be number 3. So first up, we're going to have Frontier 3313 coming in from LaGuardia on an A320 Neo. This one's Cookie the Oriole livery. So Cookie the Oriole on board this A320. That's going to be followed by a Delta CRJ and then our 777 from London. So we started the show just in time for that, for our 173 American 173 Heavy from London. So here comes Frontier from LaGuardia. So when I looked at flight radar this morning, they were on the 05s. I did forget to change our lower third here, but give me just a second, I'll change that. But they were on the 05s this morning when I checked flight radar, so they've changed it. Fingers crossed we stay on the 05s today. The wind, it looks variable, but it looks like it's coming out of the north. That's why I'm worried at the moment. Because we are set up for the 2-3s. Kyle Lee, good morning. Zoe, good morning. So again, good morning everybody, or good afternoon I should say. Welcome to the show. Let's change our lower third here. So we're on the correct runways. So our next arrival, I don't think that's a CRJ. I think that's a 717, and it is. It's a Delta 2164 coming in from Detroit on a 7172. So going to start the show with a classic bird here. We had a 757 lead while I was setting up, headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. So they are battling a little bit of a crosswind today. It's not windy like it was last week, but you guys see them fluttering and moving around. So they are battling the wind today. Heathrow Joe. Got a lot headed out for departure here. So now our American from London will be our next arrival. That 777 coming in next. Be here today. All right, so let's see where United was headed. That United is Mesa Airlines 6296. That one's headed out to Houston, Texas. On on that E175. Or was that an E170? Nope, it was the E175 LR. So that one making their way out. And we have several sitting out at the end of the runway waiting for departure. We've got American 2688 ready to head back to Charlotte on that A321-200. Got a Southwest over here on a 737-700 ready for departure as well. Southwest 667 headed to Atlanta, Georgia on that 737-700. And our 777 from London now just 3 minutes away. Polar Bear, good afternoon. Nice. United Airlines pilot. So welcome to the show. Again, welcome in everybody. Good afternoon, happy Sunday. This one's American Airlines 2688 headed back to Charlotte on an A321. I don't anticipate any real early rotations today with the way the wind is blowing. As you can see, that one leaving fairly late, especially for ramp lead. Okay, nice. All right, the American 777 just behind the tower there. to see some GE90s later on the Air France A220. They're not the big ones, but we do have some GE90s a little later in the show for the Air France 777-200. I'm not going to be able to see it through there, but we will catch it pretty decently coming to the gate here in just a minute. We don't have any Lufthansa today. Lufthansa is typically a Saturday thing. So speaking of Saturdays, next Saturday we'll be out here as opposed to Sunday with Easter coming. So there's our 777. Round in the corner. As you guys can see, the 777 making its way into the gate. We had that Delta departure. That was a Delta, I believe that was an A320. That's Delta 2127 headed to Minneapolis. Next departure looks like it's going to be Frontier Airlines. And that's an A321, I believe. So the only international flight we don't have today, Kevin, is Lufthansa. We have everything else: Aeromexico, Copa, Iceland, Air France. See, they don't have Air France on Saturdays at the moment. So they have. So we have a little, we have more on Sundays, so that's why we do Sunday. I like to do Sunday and Wednesday because we do have our Air France and Iceland both days. Wednesday usually is one of those days where I can't be out here before 6, so we don't catch Copa or Aeromexico on Wednesdays, but we do have both of them today. So I just received a special gift here, by the way. Somebody brought a brownie. So I got a brownie to eat a little later on in the show. Southwest, gonna do Southwest things, make a turn and burn. That is for one of the two American Eagles right here. There it is. If you guys are listening out for the bells, there you go. This American Eagle right here getting ready to go, as well as this CRJ. So that was Southwest 667 headed to Atlanta, Georgia. We've got another Southwest coming in from Dallas, Southwest 2390 on a 737 MAX 8. There's our MAX 8 from Dallas, coming in from Dallas Loves Field. No special Southwest today, but we do have a special Alaska Airlines livery today, arriving before 5 p.m. And it is already in the air. I can confirm that it is on its way. Thank goodness. Most of the time, Alaska likes to change last minute, unfortunately. So I think today we actually have our Alaska special. Nice touchdown for our Max. And we got an exec jet on the move. We got Breeze Airways over there in the general aviation side of things. I don't know if you guys caught that a little earlier. That one there for a sports charter. I believe that's for... actually, I have no idea what it's for. Speaking of Biscoffs, I think somebody ate all my Biscoffs at home. Saw them yesterday. I was like, where'd they all go? There was like 6 packs here. Now there's 1. And I know it wasn't Brianna that ate them. All right, let's check flight radar really quickly. Looks like our next arrival is going to be SkyWest 140C. This one's on a Delta connection. E175LR coming in from Austin. 2 hours and 29 minutes of flight time for that one. And then we've got Frontier coming in. Nope, that was Frontier that left. So our next arrival is going to be that Delta connection.
Tower 7 go from Yale inbound visual 32 cleared man, 7 go from Yale, thank you.
Colin Dutton. Thank you, Vincent, by the way. If I didn't say that here on the stream, I was thanking Vincent in person here. So thank you, Colin Dutton, for joining economy class. But once again, greatly appreciate that. Congratulations on 13 months. It's amazing how quickly time has flown by.
See the tower?
So we had our Houston flight arrival there. That was that E-175, or our Austin flight. Looks like we got another one coming in from Austin, Southwest 560. Coming in from Austin, 2 hours and 25 minutes of flight time for the 737-800. That one arriving in just a few minutes. They're getting ready to make their turn to the downwind there here in just a moment. Looks like we got a couple out there at the end of the runway, one being a Frontier. That Frontier is Frontier 49 at 37. That one is headed to Detroit, Michigan on an A321neo. Along with an American that's headed out that way as well. That one's Republic Airways. We've got two Americans. I believe that CRJ is going to head to DCA. So that one's going to see our friends in DCA a little later on. Mark? The E-175 is headed to LaGuardia, however. That's Republic 4459. So I don't know what they're all waiting on over there, but there are several aircraft awaiting departure. Southwest is going to come in on the other side. Again, Southwest making their turn. I know as soon as I move the camera, they're going to make a run for it. But there's Southwest coming in from Austin. And that 737-800. And it looks like the camera lost it. Too far out for our camera to be on, but that's okay. Because here we go, we got Frontier departing to Detroit, Michigan. You can see them stacking up out there. We got the Delta CRJ as well out there. So several planes are ready to go. Good run for Frontier. Again, I don't expect us to have too many early rotations today due to the wind direction. The wind direction is kind of a tailwind for them today. So I don't expect any of those really early rotations. But I do expect, with the wind blowing in from the northwest, good sounding departures and arrivals today, blowing that sound right in our direction. So hopefully everything does sound good so far. We've got one more element to bring into the channel, or into today's show here in just a minute. Whenever she's ready to present herself. So here we go, PSA. This one I do believe is headed back to DCA. They're in downtown DC. Going to visit our friends Mark and Ramona. Ramona on holiday went up to DC. After she left here, she went to Charlotte. And then she went up to DC. They're hanging out on the Potomac River today. Good afternoon, good evening. Now we've got a United joining the party, but let's get our Southwest from Austin. I almost forgot about this one. So there you go. Southwest from Austin. Again, several sitting out there waiting for departure. Let's get you that information on PSA. So that is 55 PSA 59 5589. That one is headed to Ronald Reagan there in DC. Next arrival is going to be United Airlines 2653 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. 1 hour and 23 minutes of flight time for the 737-900. That one arriving in just a minute. It says it's arriving in 2 minutes, but I think it's going to arrive a little bit sooner than that. So again, we do have Copa Airlines today, Aero Mexico, Iceland, and Air France all today. So today is Sunday. We have all of our international flights except for, of course, Bermuda and Lufthansa. We also have Air Canada a little later on in the day. They're bringing an E175 today instead of the CRJ. So a little bit of a change up for Air Canada. Yeah, we're lucky. There's no pollen today. It rained all day Friday. So all of that rain washed away all of our pollen, thank goodness. So here's United from Chicago O'Hare. Look at him nosing down. Dang. Hardcore nosing down there for that 737-700. I mean 900. Maybe the wind has changed direction a little bit. Somebody's got some squeaky brakes. Just gonna squeak all the way in. All right, we got Mesa. I think this is Mesa Airlines right here. Let's see where this United is headed. So this is Republic Airways 3616. This one's headed to Washington Dulles. So PSA headed to Ronald Reagan. This one headed to Dulles. Both headed to DC area. This one's going to give us an early rotation. makes for a better shot for me. We got another Republic Airways, Republic 4459, headed to LaGuardia. That's the one you see heading out onto the runway now.
It's nice like that.
This one looks like it's going to sit here for a minute. Come on, Republic. Thank you, Craig, for the update. 54 likes so far in today's show. Hopefully we'll reach 250 today. I think that's what I set today's like goal as.
Yes.
It's 250. All right, here we go. Republic, headed to New York. Early rotation. Perfect. So if you guys are just joining us, I am going to try to be here till about 8:30 tonight. I do have some family coming back in from London. They are on a JetBlue flight coming in from JFK. They are supposed to arrive around 8:26, so hopefully they don't get delayed in JFK. They did fly JetBlue from Boston. Well, they flew JetBlue from here to Boston, then JetBlue once again over to London last week. So they are on their way back today. So they're going to make their transfer in from JFK this time. Next arrival, second American 2023, this one coming in from Charlotte. 26 minutes of flight time for the A321. Such a short flight for such a big plane. And yet they do it about 10 times a day. A lot of people connecting in Charlotte. So there we go, that A321 touching down. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Moxie 135 coming in from Burlington on A220-300. That one arriving in just 4 minutes. So we got some time before that next arrival. Got a couple still sitting out there ready for departure. Still got that Delta, and I believe there might be, I think our Delta's the only one out there currently. That one's sitting right there in front of the observation deck. Or pretty close to. Alright, hopefully you guys can hear Miss Molly here. I'm working on adjusting her audio. I had to rig up something a little special here to make this happen. I was going to do it last week for Ramona and Will, but I forgot. Luckily this morning I remembered that I needed to grab another mic and some wire.
Yay!
So we got it figured out.
Awesome outfit, Will.
So there you go. Hopefully you can hear her a little bit.
Barely. You can barely hear me?
It's alright. We'll make some changes here. Again,
you really don't need to hear me.
I didn't know how well we would be able to hear her today. I was out here setting this up by myself, so I wasn't sure how well it was going to sound. So maybe now I've turned it up a little bit. Maybe you'll be able to hear her a little bit better. And hopefully we don't have too much static on board that. Alright, try it now. You should be able to hear a lot better now.
Testing, testing.
Oh yeah, that's a lot better. I almost deafened myself. Alright, so hopefully now all is good.
Ready?
Now with the way I have it set, you shouldn't have to hold it so close.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not used to this.
There you go.
Okay.
Me either. This is new.
This is a learning experience.
Alright, so there you go. Will's talking about he should get here early so he can help set up.
Well, come on, Will. This time I beat you. What's up, Colin?
So we did have to do this a little more handheld today, and I am in control of the audio, so I'm trying to make sure you guys can hear her just fine, as well as make sure I don't deafen myself with the microphones, because I don't want to do that either.
Hey, Zoe. How are you? Yeah, Greg, this way he's got control of the mic, so if I get out of line, all he's got to do is mute me. See, I don't have a slow mode button, I just have a mute button now. I'm sorry.
I think I've got it straight downwards.
What do you guys think? Does it sound better or sound worse?
We still got to get another headset for our guests, but headsets aren't cheap, so that may be a month or two out before we get another headset. But so we're gonna have to do it this way again. Like I said, I've thought about this last week, forgot it last week, and so now we've got it here. It's in the car. That's the problem when you take things in the house You typically forget what you need and don't need.
Exactly.
I do it all the time, unfortunately. Yeah, I should have ATC if it's not working. I think I heard it a minute ago. We can turn the ATC up just a little bit. There's not a whole lot happening right now. We do have that breeze coming in from Burlington right now. That A220 is touching down. I'm trying to sneak in while I'm working on everything here, so hopefully we'll get that last couple of seconds of breeze touching down there from Burlington. So it's been a while since you've been on the show. What's up?
Not much. Working like crazy.
Same, unfortunately.
Finally enjoying spring break. I feel like we are the last county to have spring break, but at least we made it.
Yeah, we're still connected. There it is. There's ATC. Hopefully you can hear it, Lynn.
I feel like I need to buy my own headset and my own mic. That way it doesn't, we don't forget.
Yeah.
More than likely, then I'll wind up forgetting mine.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That's usually the way it goes.
Yeah. Because I mean, I'm forgetful.
Yeah.
Yeah. We all know I am.
See, that's the hard part. What for me is making sure I have everything each week. Looks like we got our Delta CRJ about to get a move on finally. I got to get back over here to flight radar on the phone. And then I can give you that flight information. Looks like we've got a 757 on the downwind, ready for arrival from Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, you better hurry up.
The CRJ looks like he's moving so slow. There we go, picking up the pace a little bit. Our next arrival is going to be a United Airlines operated by Republic Airways 3645 coming in from Washington Dulles. So we had one leave to Washington Dulles earlier. Now we have one returning. That one departure is Endeavor 5404 headed to LaGuardia on that CRJ 900LR. Hard to be here live, run the chat, ain't it?
It is. That's why I feel bad. I can't even have like radar up and watch the chat and talk and do all the things.
So again, that one coming in is from Washington, D.C. via Dulles.
Will, you have me cracking up. I'm sorry. That E175 touching down nicely.
Need to take a look at the flags and see which way the wind is going now.
The right spot shut.
I figured this one was going to turn out, but I guess there's no traffic behind it. So no worries, can stroll on down as far as they want to go. We've got a pretty steady breeze up here, but the flags look flat at the moment. What does the windsock say? Our next arrival is going to be that Delta 757 here in just a moment, coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. All right, where's our windsock? Where you at? I think I'm too far. There's our windsock. Definitely a southerly wind today, so that's good. So the winds have died down quite a bit. I didn't expect the winds to stay heavy for long this afternoon. So we got Delta 1488 coming in from Atlanta, 58 minutes of flight time for the 757-200. What? You gotta turn it a little. Oh, you're good. I can always adjust it. I can turn you down a little.
Yeah,
I think
but you can't fix deafness.
that's true too. I think I've got it set now where you'll be fine if you know.
Will, you're exactly right. But it's not going to be that way until you get up here with the beaver pants. Oh yeah, Will, are you bringing the Biscoff?
I think our friend Nelia found some Biscoffs with like some filling in the middle of them.
She sent me a picture. It was like Biscoff cream, but I've seen the one at the World Market that have vanilla cream on the inside. And those are good.
I bet they are. I've never tried them. I'd like to try those though. Matt, good afternoon.
Yes, Will.
He threw his mom under the bus last week.
I saw that about the Biscoff.
Yeah, he said she ate them all. So he doesn't have any. Are you mad? And I'm sure he's mad about that.
Oh, I bet you he is mad about it. Didn't he try to hide them?
I don't know if he did or not. I told him to hide them in his room. Hey, and this is a special 757. There with that special sticker there under the window on the cockpit. Always a pleasure to see this 757. I didn't realize it when I was looking at it there on flight radar that it was a special livery today. It's a lot slower than I thought it was going to be today.
Yeah.
So far. Later in the afternoon, hopefully we'll pick up.
Well, let's see.
Looks like Copa's going to be our next major arrival today. A Copa.
So today we have 185 departures.
185. Oh, that's not slow. It's just we're not on at the right time yet.
And 175 arrivals.
That's not too bad. It'll be way more come this summer. So we do have Copa 466 coming in from Panama City. That one's still about 20 minutes out. That's going to be our next major arrival. So hopefully we'll have some departures between now and then. I think I might enjoy my brownie. We got that Delta 717 headed out, headed back to Detroit. So we go from one classic to another. Our classic 717 here. So this one came in right at the beginning of the show. And this one is, again, headed it back to Detroit. It's going to be Delta 2164. It says not available, but again, it came in from Detroit at the beginning of the show. A little less than an hour on the ground here.
That's what it's there for. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, I tried the new market salad at Chick-fil-A.
It's good, isn't
It's
it?
my new favorite salad.
I still use them, like put ranch dressing on and stuff.
Now that I didn't do. I used the one it came with.
No, I use the ranch dressing.
And I have to take off the blue cheese.
I'll get a big piece of it.
Right, heading 310, for check 532.
I know. That's awesome. But you know it's not. It's gonna be a lot hotter.
Next parts of cruiser 132. That's 804 Raleigh Tower, 1290 at 10.15. Flight runway heading runway.
Any plans for another 4th of July show?
Yeah, you don't know. Because
Gotcha.
I am off 3 days. So I got to see what the rest of the families do. They were out of town last year, so that was
Oh wow. That's right, I remember that. Finally.
So Detroit, that one headed back to Detroit, and that 717 for Delta. As you can see, the 777's already landed from London today, so that one headed to Detroit, that's Delta 21 at 64 on that 717 at 2. Yeah, it's definitely a nice day to be out here for sure.
Very much.
It's not too cold, not too hot. I am in the shade, you're not though,
No,
which is
I'm not.
probably good for you.
It'd be so cool to drive one of those little cars.
Dude, I want to so bad. Just for fun.
Yes,
Not even
please.
not even to work.
You don't even have to have it connected, and I'll drive it.
I want to drive the little food truck.
The little Sky Chef truck.
Yeah, did you see it? I
Yes.
had it on the show last week. I want to drive that little thing. So Molly's talking about wanting to drive one of the baggage cart tugs.
Or I think it'd be awesome to stand with the little batons and like direct the plane into the gate.
Do the marshalling.
Yes.
So you guys are here, and we've got a Frontier on the move, just on the opposite side of the terminal here. Thank you, Greg, for the update. 71 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Got that goal of 100, 250 today. Figure maybe today will be another good day. So there's Frontier popping up on flight radar. It and Breeze popped up at the same time. So we saw this one land earlier. Cookie the Oriole has no flight information for this one just yet.
Or can you imagine being off and starting at one end of the runway and just gunning it all the way down?
Yeah, that would be fun in my opinion.
RDU, if you are listening, you have some people that have some bucket list items that we would love to accomplish. Just saying. If you need some help.
I mean, I'd be all for a ride along.
Oh yeah. Even that, just to kind of like tour, just to kind of see what it's about. I think it'd be awesome if RDU would do like field trips, like for students and stuff, just to kind of get an idea about what it's like.
They had the Special Olympics plane pull yesterday, I think. If I'm not mistaken, they had that. Was that yesterday or Friday? I think it was yesterday. So they had some folks out there pulling some of the planes yesterday, early in the day. And by the way, we did get our new airline, Bermuda Air. Speaking of ops, there you go.
There you go.
So we did get Bermuda yesterday, Friday morning. Unfortunately, I was not out here to grab Bermuda Air. I was at work. And so I don't think it's going to be another elusive one like Lufthansa. Again, next Saturday I'll be out here for Lufthansa. And we won't be having a Sunday show because I'll be doing the Easter thing with the family. So next weekend shows will be different. So again, Saturday the 19th we'll be out here. Sunday will be a day off. Just make sure your notification bells are on so you know when we're going to be on Saturday. Hula type skirts for which one? I would imagine so for like Hawaiian maybe. Frontier, no. They're laid back on Frontier. Khakis, t-shirt, button-up polos.
I wonder if they give us a lay.
I don't know.
Interesting question.
I wonder if they do that on Hawaiian.
I was wondering that too. Probably only when you land in Hawaii.
Probably.
You get laid.
Oh boy.
It's been a while.
Alright, Frontier going to hide behind the trees. Let's see, that one is Frontier 1039, Cookie the Oriole. They finally did post it here on Flight Radar. That one is headed to Orlando, headed to Mickey Mouse Town. Still would like to be on that flight.
Ron on the go.
Yeah, I'd go hang out with Ron again.
Even though he's going to Japan for a month.
He's doing that at the right time because I heard they're making that really hard because of the tourism and stuff. It has gone up so much they're trying to control it.
A lot of police out today already, you have noticed. Just like circling.
There were a couple sitting over there last week. And I just heard an A220. I think that's a Breeze A220 over behind us. As we get ready for Frontier 1039. Again, this one headed to MCO, Mickey Mouse Town. Departure there for Frontier. Safe flight back to Orlando. Yep, fire truck escaping my view there. I'm running just behind the 777. That's our A220 right there. I was thinking it was Breeze because Breeze was up on Flight Radar a moment ago. Now they've gone away. Looks like we've got a Delta A220 possibly on the move here. So let's check and see where our next arrival is going to be. Envoy Air, this one operated by American Eagle. Or it's an American Eagle operated by Envoy. Envoy 4152. Coming in from Chicago O'Hare. This one is an E170 SE. 1 hour and 22 minutes of flight time for this one. So there's our A220 that we heard a moment ago. No worries though. We'll see you the next time you're up here. So I think this one's going to head to Boston. Whenever it decides to pop up on Flight Radar.
They never pop up until they fully depart.
I know, it's really annoying lately.
It is. And there's another one right behind it.
So there you go, a little 2-for-1 shot. American Eagle. And I believe that is Copa 466. Going to be our next arrival after this one from Chicago. Here we go. We're going to start getting busy again. Because there's another one right behind Copa. Ooh. Check this guy out. Sorry there, American Eagle. This little guy right here is way more interesting. I like this livery on this little guy.
I thought it was interesting. That's why I was kind of wanting to Vince to look at it.
I like that color.
Be careful, Will.
I ever bought a plane, that's what I'd want it to look like. I like that. Even if it's a private jet, I want to paint it that way. I like that.
Do you ever consider painting your car that color?
No.
Okay.
A plane, maybe. A
Car? No. Had to ask.
I don't like to stand out that much.
Yeah, exactly.
At least in the air, nobody's really gonna
Right.
judge it. So that American Eagle from Chicago, again, that one a E170 SE. Again, next arrival is Copa. Copa's already hot on those heels. We got another breeze behind that, so Copa is arriving on a 737-8 today. 4 hours and 2 minutes for Copa.
Looks like they're at a standstill now. I see a Weaver.
Copa, our next arrival. It's a nice touchdown there for Copa Airlines. Again, that one from Panama, 4 hours and 3 minutes of flight time for that one. We'll have that one making its way over here in just a minute. Hopefully it doesn't go to the front side of the terminal like they did last week, but we do have Captain Carolina down there working this flight. And we do have another guest, another special guest up here. Santa Claus has joined us today. How was the observation deck down there? So our next arrival is Breeze. Maybe I can click on it. From Islip. Another A220. An A220-300. Touching down. No, this is an E175 or E195, excuse me. I didn't have the opportunity to look through the whole set of information there, but that one an E190, E195. All right, so our buddy Captain Carolina's on the ground down here working Copa. Let's see if we can see where Captain Carolina is. That's not our buddy. Might be him right there.
Roger, thank you.
Yeah, there he is. That's Captain Carolina hanging out right there waiting awaiting Copa's arrival. Arrival is going to be American 2693. This one coming in from Dallas in just 3 minutes. As we check out Copa making last minute adjustments there as they block it in. And you can see the cargo loader making its way back over to the American 777. That one arriving from London earlier in the day. So Greg, we were thinking about going to the air show for our anniversary on a Saturday. I mean on a Sunday. She's busy Saturday, which is our actual wedding anniversary. So we'll see. We'll have to see how our weekend plays out that weekend. So that will mean possibility of no shows here that weekend. But we'll see. Again, we're discussing everything, all the possibilities for that weekend. So we could be, we couldn't be. Who knows? So again, American 2693 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. 2 hours and 14 minutes of flight time for the 737-8. Let's look and see how far Aeromexico is away, because we do have Aeromexico here in just a little while. Aeromexico looks like it's just now getting into South Carolina. 2 hours and 52 minutes. It still has 36 minutes left in its flight up here. So we're going to have a lot of arrivals here in just a minute. Ooh, we got the pink up Aviation livery from Wheels Up arriving in just 7 minutes. That's one of my favorite liveries. And that one's on a Beach King 350 Air. Or Beach King Air 350i. Scheduled for 5:38. All right, Choroy, we will be here. Again, I have family on JetBlue. Should be on an A220 coming in from JFK tonight at around 8:30. So hopefully we'll be here till 8:30, given hopefully all the batteries last. They should. We will have to make that battery change there at some point this evening before their arrival. There's our American from Dallas coming in, that 737-800. We do have a special Alaska livery coming in around 4:30, 5 o'clock. It's not often we get the Alaska specials, but we do have one today. We did have Piedmont earlier today before I got here. It left right before I left the house. I was hoping it would come back, but I honestly don't know. So there we go, American from Dallas. So Troy, will be looking forward to your arrival tonight around 5:30, 5:38. So here we go, our next departure. It's going to be that Delta A220. Let's see if we can get eyes on that one here on flight radar. Again, Santa Claus was just up here hanging out with us, so he's in the chat, as you guys know, but he was up here hanging out with us for a moment. Unfortunately, I'm a little busy, so I was unable to speak to him too much, unfortunately. So thank you, Santa Claus, for joining us as always. He does make the rare visit up here. So this one is Delta 1033 headed to Boston. This A220. Hopefully this will be a good departure. Hopefully an early departure.
Like it was about 2000. It was red. Pretty false. It looks like
Tony sent us a message. Oh yeah, early rotation for the beautiful A220. Gonna make for a spectacular shot. Looks like we got another Delta out at the end of the runway there. That is SkyWest 4153. That one is headed back to Austin. We did have that one come in from Austin a little while ago. So that one headed it back to Austin. This E175 right here, this is SkyWest 4153. Nice, Scott. I know. I want to fly on an A220. With Breeze opening up a whole bunch of new flights between here and places I want to go, that seems like it's going to be more and more of a possibility to get my feet wet on the A220. I got family, as a matter of fact, flying in on an A220 tonight from Boston, or from JFK. For JetBlue. Hopefully that JetBlue will be back here in the alleyway. Oh, this one not with such an early rotation. So Molly is up here hanging out with us. She set the mic down. She was hanging out with Santa Claus there for a little bit. So her and Vincent hanging out with us today. And they brought me a brownie, which I was enjoying earlier. I don't even have any Biscoffs in the car. I took them in.
Alright, is this on?
There you go.
Maybe we'll bring us some Biscoff.
If his mom didn't eat them all.
Yeah, no. Exactly.
He said it, not me.
He should have hid them better.
Yeah, exactly. He should have done a better job at hiding them. I told him to take them into his room.
Yeah, who knows where they were when she found them.
Yeah. So hopefully you can hear Molly. Hopefully she's got it pointed in the right direction.
Hey, y'all.
Doubt it. It doesn't look like it.
I don't know.
There you
Try
go.
not to bust out your picture.
You're good. I can adjust it.
You can't adjust it for us, dude.
Yeah, but if you're too loud, I can adjust you. You'll be alright. Alright, we got Southwest on the move. I did not call today's show Southwest Sunday because they kind of disappointed us last Sunday. There weren't quite as many of them. But it looks like we might have quite a few of them today. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 81 likes. Not the strongest start to today's show. We're an hour and a half in. But we're doing all right. So thank you, Brian, for that update.
Double blueberry.
What? Oh, double blueberries.
Yeah, it's a double blueberry.
No, she's not operating the camera right now. I got the camera.
Brian Lloyd, I'm sorry, but I'm not that good.
She does have a mic, though.
I do. So if I get out of line, Greg, all he's got to do is mute me.
Yep.
Will just pulled in.
And the wind picked up.
He brings the wind with him. That's awesome.
At least it's not the rain. Normally he brings the rain.
Nice, but he brings the wind this time. Let's see, is he wearing
There
the
it
pants?
is. There's our pink
Oh, is it pink?
up livery. There it is. One of my favorite liveries. Up Aviation with that pink Beach King Air. We'll get a better look at that one here in just a minute as they exit the runway and make their way around over here to the general aviation side of everything. We got double blueberries hanging out, getting ready to depart. One a Max 8, I do believe. Yep, that one right there, that one getting on the runway now is a 737 Max 8. Neither one of them are up on flight radar.
He's prepared. He's got the scooter.
That's what I bring every time.
Awesome.
I bring it every single time.
That you do. But did you bring this one?
So again, this Southwest, there it is, finally up on flight radar. So this Max 8's headed to BWE, Southwest 2939. Getting a move on here, headed to Baltimore, Maryland. Headed to one of their hubs there in BWE. As we await the Up Aviation pink livery.
Thank you, Ron, for the gifted membership.
Try that again. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'll let you say it.
Oh. Brian Lloyd gifted one Carolina Aviation membership. What was funny is I could still hear that, and I was like, I thought I muted that.
See, now because I can't tell if I'm muted, unmuted.
Yeah, You're unmuted now.
I am.
So we got another Southwest. This one is not up on flight radar currently. But this one is 737-800. We're going to skip out on Southwest and go back to up Aviation. And this beautiful pink livery. Check out the reg number. Blip. NB4 Blip. Is that a BLIP? I believe it is. So we have seen this one here before. This is one of my favorite quote-unquote specials. What's up, everybody? Good afternoon, Patty Wolf. Good afternoon, you guys. So we did have an American Eagle land a moment ago. That E-175 turning in now off the runway. But I want to stick with this one. I don't know what it is about this one, but I really like this one.
Hello.
How's the back sound? You don't have to have it so close. It doesn't have to be close. Okay, just making sure you know. I didn't know if you heard me or not. There you go, there's our American Eagle. E-175, I believe. So Southwest was headed to, I have no idea where. That second Southwest was headed to MCO, that one, American Airlines 2709.
Beaver, beaver, beaver.
Arrival is going to be United 2269 coming in from Denver. This one, 2 hours and 44 minutes of flight time, arriving in just 2 minutes. This one's a 737-800. Welcome in, everybody, from Nelia's show. Thank you, Nelia. As always, a good friend of ours. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Again, this one coming in from Denver, Colorado. They're really having to push the nose down on a lot of these today. I don't know if it's because of the wind direction or what's happening. We've seen several of these, especially United, really shoving the nose down upon arrival. As you guys probably saw, we did have Copa Airlines already land. We did have our 777-200 from London touchdown. Shouldn't be too long for our who is it? Molly said our pilots of the American Eagle here were waving a moment ago. She's got binoculars, so she's watching what all's happening down there. We don't know if they're waving at us or who they're waving at. That would only be our second pilot wave here. We're kind of hidden from them, so we don't get to see too much of their waves up here. I do like to give you guys the pilot cam regardless. Jackie, good afternoon, good evening, I should say, for you guys. What, 7:30, 8:30 for you guys over there. So thank you guys for stopping in and hanging out with us this evening. So we got a lot of departures today. Not sure too much. Let's see. Who's going to be our next arrival? We are awaiting Aeromexico. We do have Southwest 4017 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. This one is 737 at MAX 8. That one arriving in just a couple of minutes here. Our special guest Molly's here as well, so you guys will hear from her again here in just a little while. Unfortunately, we can't see him waving. I can't, unless he holds his hand up the window, I can't see him wave. So we do have Southwest again, this one coming in from Fort Lauderdale. This is a 737 at MAX 8 arriving over here on 23 left. Probably not going to catch that entire arrival, but we'll see. So I don't know how much of this we're going to catch. Hopefully we'll catch the touchdown before we run into Molly. And the parking garage. This one's finally starting to get a move on here into the gate. Takes them a while to get these in here for some reason. That it is, Wind Pilot. It is a wonderful day. Not really a cloud in the sky, thank goodness. It's nice and cool out today as well. Fairly windy. So there you go, American Eagle making their way into the gate. Our next arrival is Southwest, or is that the one headed to Bewee? That's our next. That one's headed to Bewee. Aeromexico. Now let's get a little update on Aeromexico. Aeromexico 20 minutes away. Got a couple more Southwest. We do have a Republic Airways in just 15 minutes. Now this is going to be the actual Republic Airways livery arriving now in just 15 minutes. Bells. I win.
Now you get a big fat hand.
Huh?
Now you get a big fat hand.
Yeah. So there we go. They're going to pull all the equipment out there for that that E175.
Clear land 32.
let's see. We should have the American 777 pushed back here anytime to go over to the D gates as we await Air France's arrival. Speaking of Air France, let's check on our Air France here. So Air France is still an hour and 7 minutes away. So we probably have about another 30 minutes before they decide to move the American 777. So that one's going to go around to the D gates over there so they can load over there. Looks like we got a breeze on the move. And then A220 Moxie 135 headed to Tampa in that A220 300. There it is. Coming out just in time. Peru, how are you? Again, welcome in everybody. Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you guys for spending your Sunday with us. Making their way out. Ooh, are we about to have a breeze turn and burn? About to have this breeze turn and burn? Absolutely. Breeze gonna do southwest things by turning and burning. Kind of gonna simmer, it looks like. This beautiful A220. We are going to have a ton of A220s this summer. So I hope you guys enjoy the A220 because we are going to have quite a few of them this year. With Breeze Airways adding so many flights. And of course JetBlue flies the A220 as well, so does Delta. Delta flying that one we saw earlier. It's already left for the day. We'll have that one back later. And if I'm not mistaken, I've got our family coming back from London on JetBlue. But they're going to come in from JFK, their last flight of the day. They'll be on an A220 as well, coming from JFK, New York.
pole. 10-foot pole. Yes. Working. I need a minute after hearing that.
Did he just touch down and take off again?
I missed it. I was too big. Look at the car. I just heard it. A car. Yeah. I did too. No, I was laughing at what Vince said. I'm sorry. It wasn't what you did. It was what you said. That one right there.
It's challenging. It's in the parking garage underneath.
Nice. He's begging you for the camera. Before you know it, he's going to wind up giving you the puppy dog face. Now he's begging me for the microphone.
You're here all the time.
What do you guys think? Do you guys want to hear Will? Oh, he's begging for a takeover. We don't have to. And he ate the brownie, so.
Still got half of it.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. What do you guys think? Can we pass the mic to Will?
All right, so this Republic Airways 5784, this one, another one headed to MCO.
Mickey Mouse down.
So we do have that Republic Airways livery today as well. So if you guys hear me talk about Republic all the time, and it's always on American Eagle or Delta, you guys will get to see the actual Republic Airways livery here in just a little bit. And we do have that special Alaska livery coming in around 4 something today. That E-175 right in the left bank. You're gonna have to go over there.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be nice. They're begging for Will to talk.
You know what? You two could talk to each other.
Co-host Will.
I.
Dude, I am not holding your microphone for you.
Beaver, beaver, beaver.
And you're wearing your beaver pants.
Beaver. I.
Molly said, I'm not holding the mic for you. I told them to just, they could stand close together, and just carry on a conversation. Just be on the microphone, both of you. Somebody just hold it right in the middle.
Then you hold it.
All 3 of you could be. No, I'm operating the camera there, boss.
He wants you to give the camera up.
I know.
Either you hold it or I do camera with Molly.
We'll talk about it later. All right, so our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways. This one still says it's on an American Eagle, but the photo is of a Republic Airways. So I don't know. It says American Eagle operated by Republic Airways, but the photo is showing the Republic Airways livery. So we'll see what happens.
Say the info.
This one coming in from LaGuardia, 1 hour and 4 minutes of flight time for that E-175. Arriving in just 3 minutes. It's just beyond the tower there. There it is. It does look like a white livery instead of the gray for American Airlines. So we're trying to keep it in focus there. of something?
You know who else is being kind of dull right now? You and the American Eagle.
What?
They're both gray.
I'm not gray. I'm wearing green with some blue jeans.
Okay.
And I'm nice and tan. I'm getting my tan back already.
When you say the aircraft information, you gotta say the information. Not just be like, no, this thing looks like a Republic Airways.
Well, I was saying the Republic livery. You know I can mute you.
Okay.
I'm facing the door hide.
All right, so this is Republic Airways.
Hey, Adam. And Zoe. Yep.
So we should see this Republic Airways here in the alleyway here in just a moment. It's nice to receive the actual Republic Airways livery every now and then. Usually they are on the American Eagle. Saw we had an American Airlines making their way out. I believe that was an A321, possibly headed back to Charlotte. Actually didn't see what it was.
Southwest Airlines SWA 711 is Boeing 737-800 coming in from Baltimore. 41-minute flight. What, Molly? What do you need? Do you want the mic? Do you want to say the flight information?
A little 2-for-1 shot there. Southwest making their way in. With another one right behind them, as you guys saw.
23 minutes. Next departure is American Airlines 1895 and Airbus A321 back to Charlotte. So we start having about 10 minutes
So American in this A321 headed back to Charlotte, North Carolina. About a 28-minute flight for this one. You spend more time in the airport and taxiing than you do in the air.
Especially if it's tonight.
All right, Republic, where did you go?
The first one we're gonna get is American Eagle RPA 4624, number E175 LR, coming in from DCA, Washington. 38-minute flight.
Got Aeromexico just behind that one as well. They're gonna. Aeromexico likes to land 2-3 left lately.
Why did you interrupt me?
Telling you, I got the mute button, bro.
Okay. Arriving about 12 minutes early. And on the other side of us, we got Aeromexico Connect SLI 430 and number E190, a bigger version of the 75 LR, coming in from Mexico City. 3 hours, 31-minute flight, arriving in about 14 minutes early.
So that American Eagle E175 will hop off the runway here. We'll turn to Aeromexico coming in at 2-3 left. We'll see Aeromexico come down the hill. I think Aeromexico will come down the hill behind us, unfortunately, but maybe we'll get to see Aeromexico make that turn into the gate, depending on which gate they're going to use this afternoon.
Got a small flex jet coming in. Flex jet 398, number Venom 300E, coming in from Las Vegas. 1 hour and 32 minutes flight, coming in about 20 minutes early.
Got that United departure, that E175. So that departure is headed to. That's Republic 3699 headed it back to Washington Dulles on that E170. Excuse me, that's the E170 SE.
This one on camera is the one from DCA. This one's going to be headed to gate C16.
See you though. Have a good rest of your Sunday. Have a good start to your week next week. 109 likes. Thank you, Greg. I don't think we're going to reach 250 at all today. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. But make sure you guys smash the like button. Today seems to be like a little bit of a slow day for us here on the show. So thank you guys who have smashed the like button. Greatly appreciate that. Libor, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Have a good start to your week as well. Thank you for stopping in. Again, thank you guys for stopping in to the show. Greatly appreciate you guys hanging out today. you guys check out and listen to our 777, those Trents getting a move on over to the other side. They're going to go over to the D gates so they can load over there. So we are 41 minutes away from the arrival of Air France, so they are getting out of the way so Air France can take that gate. So Air France will take that gate to unload. We'll be here to watch both of these heavies depart later on in the show, around the 6 p.m. hour. Again, I'm going to try to stick around until 8:30. It just depends on how many folks we have watching the show today. I do have family flying in on JetBlue. Around 8:30. If we don't have too many viewers at that time, I'll probably cut early. We'll see. So the American 777 going to go over to D23, I believe, so it can load later on this evening. We've got a United out there going to stop, wait for its departure slot here in just for a few minutes. Still have Copa Aeromexico made its way around behind us and went over to the front side of Terminal 2 here. So we didn't get to see that one's arrival to the gate. Let's see what our next arrival is going to be. Looks like we got another Republic Airways. This one, oh no, this one's actually American Airlines 2334 coming in from Philadelphia. This one arriving in just 46 minutes. Or flight time, total flight time 46 minutes so far. 2 minutes of flight time left in their journey today. That's going to be followed by Southwest. Southwest arriving in 7 minutes. Southwest 3086 coming in from Kansas City. This one another 737 MAX 8. Good afternoon, Jay. Sorry I missed your message there. Good afternoon and welcome to the show. So again, a huge welcome into all of you guys. 3:15 currently. Again, our Air France 777 about 40 minutes away or so. Hey Zoe, welcome back. Alright, we've got a United Looks like this United's gonna make a run for it here before Republic Airways coming in. So this is 737. You can hear the 777 once again in the background and them getting it to their gate. So again, we got Republic Airways or American 2334 coming in from Philadelphia. 50 minutes of flight time for this A319. United is headed to NA, but that was the 737-900. We'll wait on flight radar to catch up there. Try to give you guys that flight information for that one. Feels like the wind's picked up just a little bit here. At least it has here on the parking garage. Biscoffs and brownies. There's our A319 from Philadelphia. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for the update. 125 likes. So it looks like United is headed, that's United 2359. That one's headed to Newark, New Jersey. Next arrival is Southwest 3086. This one coming in from Kansas City. It's our Kansas City flight. This one is 737 MAX, I believe. 1 hour and 50 minutes of flight time for this one. Max 8 fighting a little bit of a crosswind there. It's not too windy today. Not like it has been the past few Sundays. Breeze E195. I'm too far in front of it. There's our Breeze E195. Speaking of Sundays, next Sunday I will not be on. I won't be here next Sunday. We're going to move that show to a Saturday. So I can do the Easter thing with the family next Sunday. So make sure you guys have your notification bells on so you know when we'll be live. We'll have some Lufthansa action next Saturday. There's our 757. I feel like that thing's been on the ground forever. It seems like it takes longer for the 75s than it does any of the other planes. So that one with the special sticker under the left cockpit window. Alpha Blue, good evening. So there we go. That E190, don't remember where that came from. I think it came from Islip earlier in the show. I'm not sure if that's going to go back to Islip or where they're headed back to. But again, we do have that 757 with the special sticker under the left window. Getting ready to make its way back to Atlanta. So Bree's gonna turn and burn here. Give you guys that flight information after they depart. But I think this is headed back to Islip. There's our 75 out there at the end of the runway. Nope. That's Moxie 331 headed to New Orleans. Nelia, good evening. Thank you for the redirect and thank you for joining us. Good evening to you. Hopefully you've had some dinner now. It's time to relax. Enjoy some planes. More planes. The plane. All right, our 757 headed back to Atlanta. That special sticker under the window there.
Take over tomorrow.
We'll see. Maybe. departure for that 757. All right, let's take a look at flight radar here. Again, that one is headed to Atlanta. That's Delta 1488. Looks like we've got American 1897 coming in from Charlotte. That one arriving in just 8 minutes. Southwest 2845 coming in from Denver in 7 minutes. And Air Canada coming in from Toronto in 11 minutes. Followed by another Southwest from Nashville on another MAX 8. So we've got quite the arrivals coming in here shortly. So we've got a few minutes before our next arrival. You do hear the bells down below for this E-175 American Eagle about to push. So Captain Carolina is working the Copa Airlines flight down there. When it pushes back, we'll definitely, hopefully we'll see Captain Carolina. We did see him when the plane came in earlier this afternoon. He was kind of hanging out. I'm sure he was watching the show.
Take over.
Yeah, there's nothing for you to
There is.
take over.
What do you see?
There's absolutely nothing.
No, there's something.
What do you got? You gonna look at the ice machine?
See?
I got that E-175 for Delta on the move. But see, now you're missing the pushback of that American Eagle. You gotta get the stuff that's closer. Makes for better TV. Just saying. So again, Captain Carolina over there working with Copa Airlines. So we got a little bit of something different today. We don't have the E-175. It's nothing extravagant today for Air Canada, but it is not the CRJ today. It is a E-175 for Air Canada, which is weird. Normally they use the E-175 for the wintertime, so I'm not sure that they had the flights they needed to fill up the CRJ. But our next arrival is going to be that American Airlines 1897 coming in from Charlotte. That one now 2 minutes away, turning on a final out in the distance. See it out there. Just saying.
it's closer.
It is closer. That's closer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's further.
Yeah, I wasn't saying go to that because it's still too far away. All right, so we're gonna have that E175 start up. So that was American 1897 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. Our next arrival is going to be Southwest Airlines. Southwest 2845 coming in from Denver. 2 hours and 46 minutes of flight time for this 737-700. And we got that American Eagle on the way out. Got Southwest over there. That's going to be followed by another Southwest, but I think we're going to have that Air Canada E175 before our second Southwest. We've got that Delta about to get a move on as well, that E175. There's no information for that one just yet. Or have they changed it? They did. They finally changed it. So that's Republic Airways at 5804, headed to LaGuardia. So we're going to bail on the Southwest arrival and give you guys the Delta departure to LaGuardia. So our next arrival is going to be Jazz 836 Air Canada Express. That one heading in from Toronto. 1 hour and 14 minutes of flight time for that E175. That's going to be followed by that Southwest 1422 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee on another 737 MAX 8. Jonas, good afternoon. So we got Air Canada. It's a little bit different today than normal. Normally it is the CRJ. today, that E175SU. That one coming in that's nice and slow. Then we have a breeze following our Nashville flight, Southwest. Sort of a breeze after that. Coming in from Providence, Rhode Island, that's Moxie 754. There you go, Air Canada coming in nice and slow. They're going to turn out probably really early there. So there you go, Air Canada turning out.
You know what would make this much easier? If I had a bit more space.
That's cool.
Slide over.
You gotta watch the cords.
I know. How about you go talk to Molly and Vincent?
Another A220-300 coming in, an hour and 21 minutes of flight time for that one. American Airlines 2693, that's the one we just saw take off. That one is headed to Dallas, Fort Worth on a 737-800. So, I don't know, I think Breeze might beat Air France.
Yes.
So Breeze, Moxie 540 going to come in next in 7 minutes. Are you wanting that on? There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Guys, Brian is being mean to me.
Am I? Am I though?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I mean, honestly, you've asked him to come over here, and it's not hard.
Yeah.
And it's actually shady over here.
You've got to move.
Double bells.
You can't walk through
I
here.
mean, in the center.
Greg, thank you,
You
for
have to
supporting
walk
the channel.
around
Thank
so
you
you
so
don't
much.
trip over this stuff, is what I'm saying.
Triple bells.
Raleigh Tower, drop off visual on the
Greg, he's our man. If he can't do it, nobody can.
We're going to let Will run the camera and look at nothing because we don't have anything for the next 6 minutes. And then I take back over when Air France gets close. Speaking of Air France arriving now in just 8 minutes. Coming in from Charles de Gaulle, that 777-200ER.
What's the angry look for? You get the camera, what you wanted.
Yeah, you got it. You got it for the next.
How about you have it for the next 8 minutes and I can have it for
You got it for 8 minutes.
swap.
Dude, you playing with fire.
I gotta have the nice smooth shot of Air France coming in.
No. I'm smooth too.
So now you got 7 minutes.
Come on, Will, find us something to look at.
Copa,
You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
Copa still has all of their loading equipment there. So they're not going to go out for another little while.
You're passing it up. Now's your opportunity. Guys, I'm giving Vince the mic to talk to you guys, and he's...
Actually, I'm watching the battle between Brian and Will. It's about to get ugly.
And guys, who do you think is going to win, Brian or Will?
Me.
No, Will is little, but Brian may have the upper hand. Cotton back to you.
All right. Cotton here. I mean, after all, he is wearing his angry beaver pants today. I don't know about the hair. I don't know if it's feathered and lethal. He's got the hat on.
It's got to be the hair.
No Biscoff.
I can't hear you now.
I blame Will.
It's registering on there, but I can't hear it. Oh, never mind. There you go. You're good now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No Biscoff. Will said that somebody got to the Biscoff before he could. It never stood a chance. You got a blueberry.
I had one of the wrong buttons pushed.
It happens. It's all right. Nobody wants to hear the sound anyway.
No. They could hear you. I couldn't. It's because I had my headset muted. So I can individually mute what I can hear. Like if I want to mute that one,
Yeah.
I can mute that one. I can mute that one over there, and I can mute this one where I can't hear them.
See, Greg, I told you he can mute me. Oh yeah, he can mute me.
That's your Alpha. Slow down to Charlie. Come
Yeah,
on,
but-
Charlie, then right.
Oh my goodness. What's arriving? You got something coming in, Will? Decision time. Decision time. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
So that arrival right there, that is going to be Breeze Airways arriving over here on 23 right. Got a NetJets exec, I believe this is NetJets. We got an exec jet, no, it's a private owner, landing on a 23 left. And then after that we have our Air France 777-200ER coming in from Charles de Gaulle.
You wanted the camera, you got it.
Alright, so that, again, that A220 coming in from Providence, Rhode Island, I believe I said. No, coming in from Windsor Locks. 1 hour and 15 minutes for that A220-300.
Need about a minute. 12:52.
So again, Air France is going to be our next arrival just behind this one here. So they're slowing down about 199 knots here for Air France 692K. Again at this 777-200ER. And there's that whale sound we all enjoy.
Nice sound.
Dang, we got a strong wind at our back, don't we? Alright, so the 777 now coming in. You got the southwest departure, and then you're booted.
Wow, got a lot to say. Tell me how you really feel about it.
I know that A220 talking back.
Sass.
I believe this is a max. Here, this one is. It is a southwest 1267 headed to Chicago Midway. This one is that 737 MAX 8. As soon as that one departs, we've got Air France.
Alright, sir, you know you gotta turn it over.
Alright,
No,
my turn, come on.
no,
Yeah.
Will, come over here and you can get the mic.
no.
Alright, I'm gonna drop the mic so you guys can focus on your friends.
Alright, I'm going to mute the mic. Enjoy.
Plus 1267, 5 runway heading, runway 22 left, clear to takeoff. Sorry, 2478 on the visual right. Departure 1267.
Very quiet arrival there for the 777. Again, that one has the smaller GE90s on it. Still GEs nonetheless. So that one touching down 8 hours and 26 minutes after departing Charles de Gaulle. Next arrival is going to be United Airlines 2478 coming in from Houston, Texas. 2 hours and 17 minutes of flight time for the A320. Stick with Air France though.
Tower number 78, runway 23 right, clear to land 23 right, 2478. Tower number 2026, visual 23 right, 170, so 5 knots. 2026 tower runway 23 right, continue traffic to low end position. 23 right, continue also 2026.
Envoy 3490 with you, visual 23 right.
Envoy 3490 Raleigh Tower, 2 right, continue traffic flow.
Continue 23 right, Envoy 3490.
2478, turn left at Bravo 4 without delay, and then contact ground.
Bravo 4, no delay, contact ground air 2478.
Delta 2026, it is Crawford. We are at our final version of 2026. Tower with you on the delay. You're out, turn right heading at 310, runway 23 right, take off, no delay.
Limit 2000, and when it will turn right heading 3106 after open.
So this arrival right here is Envoy 3490 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan. They're in downtown D.C. on that E175. 42 minutes of flight time for that one. That one's going to be followed by United 1882 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. That one coming in. That one 1 hour and 5 minutes of flight time on that 737 MAX 8. Arriving here in 2 minutes. It says 2 minutes, but it's a whole lot sooner than 2 minutes. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that 777 with those GEs on board. Thank you, Pip, for the $2 super chat. So Will's taking over the camera for now. Next arrival. So that's 737 and MAX 8 about to touch down. Again, that one coming in from Newark, New Jersey. It's already on the runway. All right, Mara, have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a great start to your work week. So there is that Max. Next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5400. This one's going to be a Delta Connection CRJ coming in from Cincinnati. Another CRJ 900. Somebody might be in San Diego. I did see your post this morning, your show for tomorrow. So hopefully I look forward to seeing you in San Diego. Hopefully you'll be able to get on the parking garage again tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning. Make sure you charge up your batteries extra. You need to do a 7-hour show from San Diego. See if they'll allow you to do a 7-hour show. So our next arrival is that Endeavor Air, that Delta Connection coming in from Cincinnati. 54 minutes of flight time again for that CRJ 900. We've got a Southwest making their way down the hill. I don't know if they're headed to the penalty box or if they're going to go down and depart 2-3 right. We do have a Southwest making their way in. It looks like they're going to be in on a 2-3 right. I think all of our flights for now are going to be on 2-3 right. Looks like Ops is out on the runway on 2-3 left over there. So it looks like everything will be making their way this way. So the next arrival is going to be Southwest 4348 coming in from Chicago Midway. 1 hour and 18 minutes of flight time for that 737-800. There's our CRJ from Cincinnati. So it looks like 2-3 left is going to be closed for a few minutes here while Ops is out at the end checking things out. I don't know if they've got reports of birds or what's happening there. All right, Zoe, have a wonderful rest of your evening, and we will see you again later this week. Looks like we've got a Delta CRJ getting ready to depart over here on 2-3 right. Our Alaska special is number 2 for arrival. So Alaska in that special livery, number 2 for arrival after the Southwest. So looks like everybody is making their way in on this side at the moment. Thank you, Greg. Thank you guys for getting us to 150 today. Greatly appreciate that. So again, our UNCF livery is going to be our next arrival from Alaska. That is Alaska 572 coming in from Seattle. 4 hours and 16 minutes of flight time for that 730-990. Delta CRJ was headed to Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan there in DCA. Our Southwest here is headed to Las Vegas. This is Southwest at 2164. That one is a 737-800. Again, that one headed to Sin City, Las Vegas. For our Alaska special, fingers crossed this Alaska will slow down and go up the hill right here in front of us, as opposed to going all the way down and going up the hill behind us. Although we will have the departure of this Alaska Airlines special livery a little later on. I think we have seen this one here on the show before. A few months back. So again, Alaska 572 from Seattle, 4 hours and 19 minutes of flight time for the 737-990. We're still awaiting Copa. Copa should be on pushback here shortly. We got to look for our buddy Captain Carolina down there. Nice loud arrival for this 737. We also had an exec jet depart that contributed to some of the sound you guys are hearing. Looks like we got another 717 making their way in. Is this one coming from Detroit again? It is. Delta 1407 from Detroit, another Boeing 717 on final. And Alaska's going to make that right turn and go up the hill away from us. So we'll see that one later on this afternoon. So the classic 717 coming in from Detroit. 1 hour and 11 minutes of flight time. looks like our next arrival's not for another 9 minutes. It's going to be United Express coming in from Washington Dulles. We do still have Copa here ready for pushback. We've got the pink up Aviation livery over there. On that Beach King Air. There you go. We'll get the camera on it for you guys. There we go, we got Copa's pushed back. Our buddy Captain Carolina's down there somewhere. Not sure where he's at. I think he's right there on the left wing. So let's swing over here to Copa Airlines. Let's see if that's our buddy Captain Carolina down there. Can't tell if it is or not. Republic Airways getting a move on here. Next arrival is Republic Airways 3643, but we do have one getting a move on. This one's still showing up as an American Eagle, but it is not. That is the actual Republic Airways livery. That one is headed to Chicago. That's Republic 4335 headed out to Chicago. Got another one lined up behind it. But we've got Republic. This one's on a United Express. Again, this one coming in from Washington Dulles, another E175 LR. As we have Copa getting a move on finally. We should have Aero Mexico getting a move on as well here soon. Excuse me there. Got Southwest on the other side. Southwest 4747 headed to New Orleans. That's a 737 MAX 8. That one is just now pushing back. So again, this one coming in from Washington, D.C. via Dulles.
Departure crew track 252.
You got your wish.
You are now mic'd and armed. Go, sir, go.
You gotta focus.
Go, sir, go.
You gotta do both, girl.
Go, sir. Get it, Will. Get it, Will. Get it, Will. Say something. It is okay for you to talk.
I know. That was Copa 467-737-800 headed back to Panama City. Next arrival is Delta Connection 5150 coming in from JFK. 1 hour, 5-minute flight on a CRJ 900. Keeps on like going in and out, sorta.
You got a little one over there. That one's kind of cute. Alright, where are you gonna put your phone? Right there? Alright, if you put it right there, then I'll tap it because it's hard to do my phone and flight radar. Got it. Alright guys, you have reached that point in the show where it is time for Will to take over.
I have been since Air France.
Well, now you got a full takeover because you got the headsets, the mic, the camera.
Yeah,
It's all yours.
That Air France shot, all of it, their arrival was all me.
Will is your host, and I'm just here.
Co-host.
I'll take it any day of the week.
I think this is our Embraer Phenom.
I do.
And then near it, taxiing to the runway, we have both us, I think an SR-22 and then also a Cessna. Alright, here is our arrival.
Arrival is American Airlines 737 from LAX. Flight time is 4 hours, 11 minutes. Greg, Brian is actually talking to Vince. Vince, I cannot persuade him to talk on the mic. I don't know if you guys can persuade him to talk on the mic, but Brian is talking to Vince. Not sure what about. Alright, if you're sitting, I'm sitting.
Welcome, Alan Lee.
Good evening, Alan.
is American Eagle 4560. An Embraer E175 LR headed back to LaGuardia. And then, like Molly said, we have that American from LAX, then an American from JFK. Good amount of arrivals. And then we're also going to have that.
I'm excited for that one. When is that going to arrive? 47 minutes, all right. I'm excited for that one.
We have the JetBlue A220 special at 5:22 p.m.
I'm excited for that one.
Iceland Air in 3 hours and 12 minutes.
Minty livery.
No, it's blue.
I'll still call it minty livery. So unfortunately, I probably won't be here for that one because we're going to have to jet out soon. About 6 o'clock. Unfortunately, Vince has to go to work tomorrow. But I am on spring break, thankfully.
This week?
This week is my spring break. So I don't get back to work until next Tuesday. So are you out of school on Monday? Or do you go to school Monday?
I think I'm going, yeah.
You're going to school Monday? Gotcha. Can you guys hear me and Will okay? Just checking on our sound to see how we sound. Exactly, Brian Lloyd. I'm so excited. Good afternoon and welcome, Ron. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure I'm not too loud. Thank you, Brian Lloyd.
This one might get out here. Nope. A321 probably headed to Charlotte. Ooh, and how about this? I thought this was a Delta for some reason.
Now you sit again. And you take a break again.
But it's still pretty far.
Thank you, Greg, for those kind words. Honestly, it just depends on the day of the week and what my kids actually say to you. But I enjoy what I do. But then I also enjoy this as well. This is fun.
Welcome, Wayne, from Sydney, Australia.
Welcome, Wayne. Good afternoon.
It's pretty far.
So Will is your cameraman, and I am your host at the time.
Isn't it like sunrise or something over there in Sydney?
I think it is. I think it is morning time in Sydney. Morning, afternoon.
Nothing departing. Yeah, Sydney is a pretty cool place. Except for like the spiders and stuff. And if you haven't seen some of those kangaroos, those guys are scary.
Seem like it. Okay, Greg, I gotta ask. Do you mean being a teacher? Got another blueberry on the move. Wait, oh, it's Monday morning now. Oh my goodness. Well, happy Monday.
Glad you're tuning in.
Do it.
Glad he's tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's your answer.
Oh my goodness, Greg, it definitely has its moments. Let me tell you. Definitely has its moments. But then it's also got its rewarding moments as well. Got a shiny blueberry crossing the bridge here. Nope, I am scared of heights, and I hear you talking about me.
Penalty box. So speaking of Southwest going under that, I was here on...
You were here Sunday.
Yeah, that.
But then were you here another day too?
I was here Friday for the Bermuda inaugural arrival.
Did you tell him you're taking a triple A? Oh.
I was here for the...
Did I go? It's not last day of school. Yeah.
So yeah, one of those tunnels right there. Pay attention.
What?
So one of those tunnels, I was here on Friday for Bermuda Air's inaugural. I saw it. There was like a whole like water cannon salute and everything. It was really
that's
cool.
So cool.
I think it was right there. But the tunnel, I might have a little video. It's like there was like a whole truck just stuck under the tunnel.
Really?
Like not this tunnel right here, but the other one. And then there was also like a little American parked right there. I might have a video. But it was like cool but scary at the same time. Alright, let me find it.
We do have a FedEx plane parked down there at the regular spot.
I can zoom in from here, but that's like just one little photo. It got stuck under there. I might have a better video actually. Let's see. Nope. Oh yeah. You can probably see from there. And then they had to like narrow it down so it's only like a one lane since the truck was blocking the other lane. So it had to be like you could either go through or you had to wait, and then cars went around the truck to get back on the other side.
Okay.
see. There was like a whole police there eventually too. Oh yeah, I think that was Bermudair's departure. Look at that.
You have people asking to hear from you too, so just so you know. You got people in the chat asking
Right turn 310.
who Brian was talking to, and when I mentioned you, they're like, well, we want to hear from him too, so.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of Vincent and Brian again.
Yeah. Come on.
It's only fair.
Missing your departures.
I know. It's because I was talking about the Bermudair thing. But yeah, there was like a whole truck. Like, again, not this tunnel, but the other one a bit down. There was a whole truck just stuck there. It was just
Right there.
stuck under the tunnel.
That mic's still on.
It's on.
But Will doesn't like to be interrupted.
So when I got Bermudair, I decided to go this way. But I couldn't, so I was in that premiere. Huh?
I said, why are you looking at trees?
I'm talking about the Bermudair thing from Friday.
Did you come out here for that?
Yeah, there was a whole truck under the.
I saw pictures on Facebook about
So I was stuck in that parking lot somewhere over there. I mean, luckily I saw it.
tried to work. So.
They won't give you leave for that. Thanks, Bobby.
Yeah. I got a doctor's appointment. There are too many people though at work that know I do this.
Yeah,
Do you
but if I
want your
say something on a
camera?
Monday or Friday,
Do you
I'm
want your
gonna
camera?
take off. I have to produce a doctor's note.
Do you want your camera?
We got a departure. Let's get that last departure and I'll take back over.
Ooh.
Right 310.
Are you gonna go this one or this one? Blueberry. Swing, swing, swing.
He's tired. I think we're finally here now.
Are you tired? Send the Biscoff. Will needs Biscoff. Yeah, we do.
Departure.
How many of you guys want to hear Vincent 224? So we have some amazing people up here today. I'm up here, Will's up here on the camera. Vincent 224 is standing right beside of me waving at you guys. He says nobody wants to hear him, so he's staying off of the mic for a little while. And you have Brian who is walking away from the car. Ooh. He said, Will's got one more departure to get, and then I'm taking my camera back over. Ooh.
I'll take my show back over, yes.
Well, if that's the case, Will, do you want the microphone? Aw. Well, get it. Oh my heavens to Betsy. I'm not making the people sick. That's your job. You gotta get it. My job is to stand here, talk, and sound halfway decent. That escalated quickly. Double breeze.
Breezes.
Breezing.
951, good day.
Greg, who do you need to speak up? Brian Lloyd said he wants to hear you, Vince. Now you have people that want to hear from you. You cannot disappoint the people. Well, you know, if the people are disappointed, they might hit the dislike button, and we don't need that.
say good afternoon.
I see Will's rubbing off on you.
Well, take over.
Good.
No, they're yours. They want Brian. Look, go. Brian, leaves it on. Go.
So that was Air Canada headed back to Toronto.
November 6724 Victor, Raleigh Tower, 10-2160, runway 23 left, take takeoff, constituting, Southern Airport Station.
This thing is so heavy.
Okay, now you have Greg that wants to talk to you.
See, all you guys gotta do is just,
So just
talk right into it.
Just talk.
Just say, hey.
Great.
Hey everyone in the stream. This is Vincent 224. Molly's sidekick.
So there we go. We got this Breeze A220 getting a move on here. We've had an American Eagle touchdown over on the other side there. So beautiful A220 on the move. Give you that flight information in just a moment on that Breeze, as we have Southwest. After sitting in the penalty box for quite some time here, that one finally making their way out to the end of the runway. So Breeze is headed to West Palm Beach. That's Moxie 540 headed to Breeze, or headed to West Palm Beach. Soon we have some viewers coming in from Miami, by the way, here in just a little while. Troy, I believe, coming in at around 5:38 on that American Airlines flight from Miami. In about an hour or so, I would think. We do have another 757. No, that's an A320 coming in from Orlando, coming in from Mickey Mouse Town. That one, Delta 1312. That one arriving in just a few minutes. So that American Eagle arrival. I was going to give you that flight information, but it looks like Southwest is on the move here. I'll have to give you that flight information after it departs as well. It's not quite up on flight radar. There's our American Eagle making its way around here. So let's see, where is Southwest headed? Southwest is Southwest 2322. That one's headed to Baltimore, Maryland. Headed out to BWE. Let's have another good look here at this American Eagle.
Prepare yourself for bells.
Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2028 coming in from Salt Lake City on that 737 at 900 ER. That one going to arrive in just 1 minute. That'll be followed by Delta 1312 coming in from MCO. And then we have United 1763 coming in from San Francisco. That one on a 737 MAX 8. 4 hours and 10 minutes so far of flight time for that MAX 8. So it'll be around 4 hours and 15 minutes of flight time by the time they touch down. Plug in the phone here so we can keep giving you guys all of the flight information. Again, we're going to try to be here till 8:30, so we got about 3.5 hours left in today's show. No, we don't have any military planes today, unfortunately. That's usually a special occasion when we have one. We had that C-130 last weekend or the weekend before. I need to make a special trip down to Seymour Johnson one of these days. Give you guys a military show. Trying to save up as much of my time off as possible. There goes Aeromexico, finally pushed back and on the move. And that E-190. That's Aeromexico Connect, about to make their way back to Mexico City. As we turn to our arrival, again, this is Delta 2028 coming in from Salt Lake City. Wayne, we had a lot of rain here on Friday, which is good. It washed away all the pollen. I think us North Carolinians were tired of the pollen. So good to get rid of all of that. And again, there goes Aeromexico Connect. So our next arrival is going to be that Delta 1312 from MCO. 1 hour and 19 minutes of flight time for that A320. Arriving now in just 1 minute. So we have about 4 arrivals here in the next couple of minutes. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes left before Air France's departure, along with American 174 Heavy headed back to London. So Air France is going to go back to Paris, and American back to London. Will's got the GoPro out. That's not going to connect very far, is it? Bells. You typed it in and I still beat you.
I typed it before you ever said it.
Did you really? No, I don't think you did. I don't think so. All right, Aeromexico headed back to Mexico City. Finally getting ready to depart here at the 5 o'clock hour. Talking about the E-175s below us, yeah. Hopefully we've got an early rotation here from Aeromexico. And not really. That was a close one because there's United from SFO. United already on the ground there. I didn't think they were going to cut that close. That max 8 on the ground. Dr. O, good evening. Awfully late for you over there, Dr. O. So again, we got a whole string of arrivals arriving now. So that was United from SFO. Again, all right, let's see. Our next arrival is going to be American 1441 coming in from Philadelphia. This one is 737-800 here. Again, that one coming from Philadelphia. one's going to pull out for us there early. So we got Delta 2600 coming in from Atlanta, 1 hour and 1 minute of flight time for this 737-900. Again, this coming in from Atlanta. Our next arrival. There they are, Delta 2600. We do have a special JetBlue arriving here shortly as well. JetBlue from Boston. It's going to be on that new A220 livery. Hopefully everything is still sounding the way it's supposed to. I feel like I'm having a little bit of an issue here in my headset. Something sounds off, but I guess it's not. Alright, so let's look and see where that special JetBlue is. No, it wasn't too far. It looks like our next arrival is going to be an American Airlines. American 1769 coming in from Charlotte. It's going to be our next arrival. There's our JetBlue. JetBlue 683 coming in from Boston. 1 hour and 17 minutes of flight time. That one's going to arrive in just 10 minutes. That one's an A220-300. So fingers crossed we get that one back here in the alleyway.
He took off.
He disconnected.
Yeah, he lost his connection.
So another American from Charlotte. We got a Southwest just downwind of the airport. This one coming in from MCO. Then another one from Miami. I believe this is the one our viewer is on, Troy. American Airlines 1891 coming in from Miami, arriving in just 8 minutes. So not too long for our viewer Troy on board that 737-800.
Contact departure, good day, 22 number control.
DB, good evening. Thank you for tuning in today. All right, we've got a departure. Looks like an American Eagle out there at the end of the runway. Another E-175. So again, that one was American Airlines 1769 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. It looks like our next arrival is going to be Southwest 3822 coming in from Mickey Mouse Town, Orlando, Florida. That one, 737-700. 1 hour and 18 minutes of flight time for that one. Looks like we got a United getting ready for departure. So let's see if we can see where that American Eagle's headed to LaGuardia. That is Republic Airways 354356. Again, that one headed to LaGuardia on that E-175. And then we have our arrival from MCO. What, 10 minutes?
Your camera lost the connection.
Yeah, as soon as you went away from it. I mean, I'm sure you were recording on that, right? So that United A320, that A320 is United 2407. That one's headed back to Houston. And it is an A320-200. Now we've got this Delta CRJ out here, ready for departure as it will. Carolyn, good evening. Happy Sunday to you. So our JetBlue Special A220 should be our next arrival. Late rotation for the CRJ. I believe this is our JetBlue right here. So this one coming in from Boston, Mass. This is JetBlue 683, 1 hour and 27 minutes of flight time for this not so special livery. I think this is their A220 livery. I think all A220s will be painted in this livery from here on out. So fingers crossed we get this one back here in the alleyway. Do you prefer the typing in the chat instead of using the
I just don't want to speak over you. That's what I'm saying.
You be alright. As long as you can hear me, you're okay. So there's that A220. Fingers crossed we get it back here in the alleyway.
Am I muted or?
There you go.
Not anymore.
So Molly got the mic back and unmuted.
Yay! I'm back.
There's our next arrival. It's an American Airlines, so we've got a viewer on board this flight. American 1891 coming in from Miami, 1 hour and 44 minutes of flight time. Troy letting us know he would be on this flight and landed a little bit early. I think he said he was supposed to be here around 5:38. Arriving about 20 minutes early or so.
Carol and I agree, the rain did help with the pollen. My allergies are very grateful.
So a nice, safe touchdown there for Troy. Troy coming in from Miami. There's our beautiful A220.
Is it just me or does the wing on the inside look purple?
It is.
Okay. It's not just me. Okay.
The outer portion is purple too.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's really, really pretty.
I like the one with the orange winglets.
I don't know.
It's an A320, I think.
I don't know. I think this one's by far now is my favorite. This one's really pretty.
I don't know if I'll be able to read the name on board this one or not. Is there a name on the side of this one? There isn't.
I don't see a name on this one.
That's weird. No name on the side of a JetBlue. That is definitely strange.
That is a nice design on that JetBlue. beautiful. It's pretty.
There you go.
Hey, so
JetBlue making their way to their gate.
wee woo.
Got a fire truck headed up the hill over here. It's just an ordinary day.
You never know what you'll see at RDU. Greg, I see a sky chef truck. Guarantee you that Sky Chef truck has Biscoff. And that's a big Sky Chef truck too. So you know he has the Biscoff. $178 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd.
Thank you guys for smashing the like button. If you guys haven't, please do so. We at least want to try to get to 200 today.
Yes. 200 on wheels.
Don't think we're going to make our 250 like goal today. But 200 would be fantastic.
Exactly.
Again, but we still have about 3 hours left in today's show. We're going to try to stay till 8:30. I've got family coming in on JetBlue from JFK after a long flight from London on JetBlue.
Greg, you said that and the Sky Chef truck took off.
So here we go, a Delta 737 getting a move on. I have a feeling this one's headed back to Atlanta. I don't think we've had our LAX flight yet, have we? Late rotation for that one. We're going to lose it right there. So let's see.
Bells.
Our next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5109 coming in from. It's going to be a Delta connection operated by Endeavor. Coming in from LaGuardia, 1 hour and 14 minutes of total flight time for that one by the time it touches down.
Greg, he's smiling about it too.
We also have Frontier. And I'm waiting for the departure of our special Alaska livery.
Greg said we'll stall all the Biscoff. But we all know the truth. Right, Will?
What?
We know the truth, don't we? We know who stole the Biscoff. Oh, that's not who I thought it was.
It wasn't me. I didn't steal all the Biscoffs.
Who stole yours? There you go. That's what I was talking about.
Got a Southwest coming in from Houston. Southwest 1388. That one arriving in 8 minutes. I think that's a little bit closer than 8 minutes in my opinion. We shall see. So we should have that special Alaska pushback here shortly. Probably around 5:30 if I had to guess.
Okay.
Over to departure 1800.
Want to drive like that too? Little cars up there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Scooting right across the airport.
All day long. Greg, there's your Sky Chef truck.
Ew.
Ew.
That's what I was saying. Ew about escargot. No, thank you.
Will, did you see your message?
I'm not eating snails.
Did you see your message?
I mean, I'll try anything once, but
I draw the line at snails. I'm sorry.
Airplanes.
I'm sorry. Ooh, there's two of them.
Battle of the
I'll eat
Sky Chefs.
calamari, but I'm not eating a snail.
See, I've never tried that either.
I like that. He got me hooked on it.
I would never got hooked on it.
Well, you're the one that introduced me to it, so.
I thought you two might be friends.
Oh my goodness.
Y'all are making me want sushi.
I don't know how you got a sushi out of that.
I don't know.
I'm not either.
I don't know.
Now I'm craving calamari. It is a thing. Because it's 5:30. It's dinner time. I'm hungry.
All right, here comes our next arrival. That one coming in from LaGuardia. That one Endeavor 5109, I believe. On that CRJ. Wobbling their way in, back and forth. Yeah.
Still not going to try it, Greg. I'm sorry. I draw the line there, dude. Can't. I'm good.
Couldn't try caviar either.
Yeah, I'm not doing that either. I'm good. All this talk of food and I'm hungry. So I wonder with you staying late if you'll see that pink hint to the moon tonight.
It's a good possibility. Depends on what time the moonrise is, I guess.
True. I tried to look at it last night, but I couldn't tell anything different. It was still
Still too much
moonlighting.
daylight.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. All right, our next arrival is Frontier Airlines coming in from Detroit. Frontier 2640, 1 hour and 5 minutes of flight time for the A321 Neo. Stewart the red-billed something on board this one.
Oh my goodness. Greg, they all have me laughing.
Set that down kind of hard on that front wheel, looked like. Looks like Frontier is going to turn out and pose for us. We do have Iceland later on tonight too, as well. Iceland due in at 7:30. We're somewhere around the 7:30 hour, so it should be perfect with the golden hour light this evening for Iceland. Iceland always gets the good lighting when it comes in, so it's usually one of the highlights of our show. Again, I'm here for another 3 hours or so. There we go. We got a United E175 out for departure. Our next arrival is going to be that Southwest 1388 coming in from Houston on another Max 8. 2 hours and 13 minutes of flight time for this Max 8. Swing to that as soon as United gets a move on. There we go. United finally on the move here. Southwest on that Max 8 from Houston. Our next arrival.
It's another blueberry.
Another Max. Another beautiful touchdown for Southwest. Next departure looks like an American Eagle E175. Another American Eagle E175. Now we're starting to get busy. Good.
The Eagle has landed.
Yeah.
And then the Eagle departs.
Got a United headed up to the penalty box.
Nice looking United. Very shiny.
I think that's our Max.
Very clean looking.
Maybe it's not the Max. So there we go, American Eagle touching down. Let's see, where was that one coming from? This American Eagle is from Pittsburgh. That's Republic Airways 4630. Coming from Pittsburgh. United looking pretty in the sunlight. That is that Max aircraft, that Max 8, I believe. Had to get a good view on the engines there. Looks like we got a Delta 717 headed back to Detroit for the second time today. The 717 getting a move on. The old Mad Dog off the ground. Again, that one headed back to the Motor City, Detroit, Michigan. And we do have that Max 8 in the penalty box over there from United.
Or United.
Let's see. So there's our United Max chilling over there. All right, let's see who's our next arrival for. Speaking of United and Maxes, here we go. United 1502 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. This one a 737 MAX 9. 1 hour and 20 minutes of flight time. Will be arriving in just 4 minutes. So another United Max on the way. It's Captain Carolina.
Number 2 for the day.
Yeah, might as well.
All right, Greg, it's 5:30. What's for dinner? Yeah, but they're so good. In case you guys are wondering, we're talking about a Mountain Dew here. Is it Diet? Yeah, Diet Mountain Dew. Sorry.
Sure, yeah, I'll say hello. Hello guys, it's Captain Carolina.
What's up? I saw you down there working Copa.
Yes, I sure was. Pushed out 7 minutes early.
Good. So are you working Spirit later?
There's no Spirit tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's Iceland Air.
You're working Iceland tonight, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll be here for Iceland. I've got family coming in from JFK on JetBlue.
Oh, wonderful.
So I'll at least be here for that.
That sounds amazing.
So we'll get another good look at you. You're going on the corner again?
I believe that's where we're going. We have the belt loaders still sitting over there, so.
Good. Look forward to seeing Iceland as always. That one arriving at what, 7:30?
I believe so.
Nice. Very good evening. Was that a full flight from Copa?
Copa, yes, that was a full flight.
Really?
Going out, it was not very full.
Interesting.
Air Canada came in with 80 bags.
That's not too bad.
That was a lot of bags for Air Canada.
So why did they switch from the CRJ to the E175?
Through a spring/summer schedule.
Oh, okay.
We get a lot of golfers that come down from Canada, so you need a bigger cargo bin for all the golf bags.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, I just came back from Florida. I did some multi-engine time building down there.
Oh, did you? Nice.
Yep.
Did you go on any kind of vacation, or you just...
It was flight building by flight hours.
Oh, okay.
Went down to the Keys and back to Daytona.
Oh, that'd be nice.
3 days of that. It was fun. And then last night, flew back via Charlotte, parked at the E-gates. The jet bridge broke down, so we couldn't get off the plane. So I had 2 minutes to get to my connecting gate, which was all the way at Alpha 2 at Charlotte, if you know how big that airport is. I ran across the whole terminal, and I was the last person, and they shut the door right behind me.
Oh, my goodness. See, that would bother me.
And then I had a whole row to myself on the Charlotte flight back to Raleigh, which was really nice. I was at the back.
Oh, that would be fantastic, to be honest. Have a whole row to yourself. I would love it.
Oh, it was great. Came in at midnight last night.
That, however, would not be so great. Coming in so late. I've done that before. And then they have to be to work at 8 o'clock the next morning. That's a bit rough.
I only start work at 1:30, so that's good for me.
See, yeah, there you go. You're good to go then.
I won't be here this Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be out here Wednesday. We'll probably be out here Saturday too. Gotta switch it up due to Easter.
Due to Easter? Oh yeah.
Easter's next Sunday.
It is. Yep.
So we gotta switch that up. Flip the weekends or the days for the weekend. Get a little Lufthansa action.
Oh yeah.
Were you here Friday for Bermuda? Oh no, I guess not. You started at 1.
No, I was not here Friday. I'm off. I'm off Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays.
And Bermuda started on Friday.
Oh really? Which terminal?
Right here.
Oh, they come to the corner. How's their plane? What do they bring?
E190.
Oh gosh, really? That small little
Was
thing?
it an E190 or E175?
75.
75.
Yep. So the same as the American planes here in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't here. I didn't. I had to work.
So it's only Fridays they're flying?
Mondays.
Friday and Mondays.
And Mondays. Okay, interesting. So I'll see them tomorrow then.
But it's at 10 a.m.
Oh, then I won't see them.
Yeah, that's why I said we probably won't ever see Bermuda because I'm never out here on the weekdays that early.
Early in the morning. Wow.
Yeah.
I saw it on Friday. But at the same time, over here at the little tunnels over here, there was like a whole truck just stuck under the tunnel.
Yeah, I heard about that. That truck that got wedged in the tunnel down there.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So I had to see Bermuda from this parking lot over here.
Oh, you couldn't make it up here.
I mean, we could have turned around, but at that point,
You'd have been late.
Bermuda was gonna,
You'd have been late, right? Yeah.
We came like until 10 minutes. We were down here. We couldn't come back up. And then we were like, we could go back around and then come up here, but we decided to just stay up here.
Yeah.
And then that's the time where they did a runway swap. So
United in the penalty box, I see.
Yep. Waiting for their departure slot.
Yeah. The new Lot 3 buses down there, the white ones.
Which one? Oh, that one?
Yep. It's the new Lot 3 and Lot 4 buses they're trying out.
Huh. Those almost look like those nice luxury ones.
Yeah. What's Breeze doing over at the GA?
I don't know. It's been there all day so far. Looks like they might be loading now. They're getting ready for somebody. They've got their TSA set up out there
Yep.
to check their
Oh,
bags.
there's a small jet.
Venom.
Yeah, a Phenom. Yeah, I'm thinking about going back to streaming my flight simulator on my computer here soon.
Oh, nice.
Gonna start back doing flights and all that. So just got the full Airbus setup.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
That'll be nice. I know I wanted to get, I need to work on my computer. My computer's about 8 years out of date.
Me too. Mine is
And
8 years.
a lot of things don't work with it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so I need to take it and get it built with all new stuff. None of my my racing stuff works with it anymore because it's so old. So I got to upgrade everything, unfortunately.
That is a FlexJet coming in. On the 1,000-footer is beautiful. That jet taxiing is wheels up.
They had their pink livery here a little while ago
Yeah.
on the Beach King. So our second wheel's up of the day. The first one being that pink Beach King Air. And looks like Southwest about to get a move on. This non-max 737-800.
We're about to have Alaska.
Okay, got that special Alaska today.
Oh yeah, I was just out on the ramp over there. I should have got lots of pictures. I was up right against it.
There it is.
All right, so finally
Raleigh.
our special Alaska livery. Mattman 64, good afternoon, good evening. So I believe this is the second time we've caught this Alaska special here on the show.
Would be able to go around
Is that going in the penalty box or is going down to Turbo 2?
It'll go down to this side. They always depart 2-3 right. Unless they're empty, then they'll depart over there. Like if they're headed over to GSO.
Yep.
Or not GSO, Greensboro.
Oh, out of Atlanta going down to Daytona, I got to fly on the old, what is it, the 717.
Oh, did you?
It was such an old one that it was, the original owner was TWA.
Really?
Yeah. That thing was creaking and cracking.
Nope.
It was making weird noises.
No, thank you.
Yeah. But I did feel like I was in a rocket ship. I was pushed back and I was facing straight up almost.
They are really fast. We just had one leave to Atlanta a moment ago. So that special Alaska livery headed out. Looks like our United Max is on the move again after spending some time here in the penalty box. So let's see. Who do we have for arrival? We do have an Avello getting ready to be on final here in just a minute. We have Delta 2283 coming in from Boston. 1 hour and 22 minutes of flight time, or 1 hour and 25 minutes of flight time for the A220 100. So that one going to be our next arrival, that A220.
Bags coming off of Iceland.
I'm sure.
Got like, I think 173 were checked.
Dang.
Yep.
So going to be probably a full flight tonight?
I don't know.
Or maybe that's 2 bags per person.
Yeah.
So there we go, United in that MAX. Finally coming down out of the penalty box. So it is 5:52, so I do believe Air France is delayed tonight by just about 10 minutes or so. 10 to 15 minutes. And then we have the American 777 headed back to London as well. So hopefully both of those will make their way out about the same time. But for now, here we go with Delta coming in from Boston on that A220. They're going to float that on in, taking their time, touching it down. Such a soft touchdown, though. John Southwell, good evening. That's good to hear, Matt, man, that your brother is doing a lot better. We've got a 737-800 for American on the way out. We've got this Delta CRJ about to make its way out. We also have that Avelo getting ready to be on final here in just a few minutes. So we've got 2 Avelo, some double Avelo action, as well as a Frontier going to be peppered in there as well. So
getting busier.
That's good.
Evening rush is beginning.
That's exactly what I want to see, the evening rush. Assume that was headed to LaGuardia or a JFK. That Delta. Let's turn around here and have a see as we await Alaska's departure. It's not on a flight radar. Dang, the wind's picking up. Getting really strong here.
Head down to the ticket counter, go make sure it's oversized.
777.
Ah, 777.
I think that's what I just heard.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
All right, sir. Well, thank you for coming up and hanging out with us as always.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll look for you on Iceland here in just a little while.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I'll see you guys. Yep. Nice meeting you.
See you guys. can hear the 777 over on the other side, it sounds like. Getting ready for their departure. As we have Alaska Airlines getting ready for their departure. We're going to have to, after Alaska, I do need to make a battery change. So let me go ahead and get the battery turned on here. We're going to have to make that quick change here. Hopefully this isn't the one that's messed up, and we've got to turn the light on in order to make it work. I don't know what's going on with it. But we are out of battery. So if we lose audio, I do apologize. We're running low on battery. Hurry up, Alaska. We need all the battery power we can get. Look at these birds just floating here. They're just like sitting. Come on, Alaska, move it. There's our American 777. They're ready for departure. Again, see, I told you guys we had to make that battery change. Frontier touching down now as our American 777 is getting a move on. So I apologize for that little blip there in audio. We were hoping that Alaska would get out of here before we had that little battery mishap, but it is what it is. We are 5 hours and 10 minutes into the show, so that's good. I'm still measuring battery power with this new equipment we have. So not too much of a difference in battery usage. So there's our Frontier. That is Frontier 2440, that one coming in from Denver. That is Klondike, the Polar Bear, on that A321 Neo. Our next arrival is going to be a Velo as we check out our 777 making its way out there. American 174 Heavy there. We got VXP 605 coming in from Manchester. 1 hour and 32 minutes of flight time for this 737-700. And we got one on the move. I think we got time to get this one departure, this 737-800. So we're 7 likes away from hitting 200 today. And we swing around to a Velo. mic and let you guys enjoy the 777 departure and the lovely sounds of those Trents. So that means Air France should be pushing back soon. Again, they are delayed. It says until 6:34 instead of their original 6:20 departure time. So we'll see if that's true or not. Hopefully not. Nice touchdown there for Avello in that 737-700. Got another one coming in right behind it. That one is going to be VXP 675 coming in from New Haven, Connecticut. 1 hour and 4 minutes of flight time for another 737-700. We've got a Southwest getting a move on. Southwest 3822, this one headed to Dallas Loves Field. They're in downtown Dallas. Thank you, Alan Lee, for the 10-pound super chat. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. We'll see you on Wednesday. Have enjoyed the beginning of your week. As we get Southwest out of here. So there is Avello off in the distance.
200 likes.
Oh, so we did hit 200 likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing that like button today. Didn't think we were going to even make it to 200 today, but you guys come through. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to mute the microphone. You guys enjoy the sounds of the Trents there on the 777. Me too. I gotta be up at 5. So I've been informed that Molly is got to head out. That was Delta 689 coming in from LAX on that 737. So Molly and Vincent headed home. They're gonna say goodbye to you guys here. All right, there you go. I thought you were gonna try and steal my microphone there.
No, I'm not stealing your microphone. I've got this microphone. I'm good. I'm not going to be like Will, I promise.
I thought you were gonna stick it in your pocket, take it home with you.
Now he's looking at me like, wait, what? What's she saying?
Is that bisque off wrapper?
Will, why are you eating Biscoff? Oh, Biscoff and a potato chip bag.
That sounds like some stuff I would do.
Yeah. Probably you should have put the Biscoffs before they got stolen.
You know, you hide it in a bag of frozen vegetables and nobody will touch them.
Exactly. All right, guys. So, like Brian said, Vincent and I are going to head out. We have appreciated the opportunity to come out and plane spot with Brian and Will. We've had a blast.
Again, thank you guys for coming out and hanging out. As always, you guys are more than welcome to be out here with us. I know you guys are just as busy as I am.
We really appreciate this. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, anytime.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Will. And we had a great time. Got to meet Santa Claus and Captain Carolina.
Santa Claus, Captain Carolina come up and joined us for a little bit.
Hope you all have a great evening and look forward to talking with you again.
All right, you guys, we'll see you guys next time.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Those are yours.
Dang, that dude was close, was he not? All right, so now we await our 777 here for Air France. Again, I'm here for another 2 hours and about 2.5 hours here. We're waiting on some family to return from London. They did fly via JetBlue, so they're coming in from JFK a little bit later on in the evening, about 8:30. So you guys are stuck with me for another 2 hours or so. Uh-oh, we got to go around. Delta 2699 aborting their arrival. There they go right there. Delta 2699 from Minneapolis. That one aborting their arrival. So let's see if we can get ATC back up and going and see if we can hear what happened to them. I'm sure they were too fast on the approach or something to that effect. So we'll see what happened with Delta 2699 there.
Was that a go-around or was that just
It was an aborted takeoff, or an aborted landing. So they got so close and then they were like, nope. Yeah, pretty much. It was a far out go-around, but yeah. Not the kind of go-arounds we want to see. I'd much rather see some up close and personal go-arounds. More like that Air France we had a few months ago when they almost touched down and decided not to. So that one was coming from Minneapolis. Let's see. Hopefully flight rate ATC will start working again here in a minute. Next arrival is going to be PSA 5407 coming in from Washington, D.C. This one's going to be coming in via Ronald Reagan. We saw this one come in and depart earlier. This one on a CRJ 900, I believe. That one's going to be, no, it's going to be on a CRJ 701. So there's our PSA. Yeah, I do. I wish we would get more like that Air France go around. That was probably the best one I've ever seen. Still doesn't sound like ATC wants to work. I don't hear any ATC making calls. It is on in the background, but I guess they're not talking at the moment. Or it doesn't work. Sometimes streaming it in doesn't always work. So PSA gonna touch down. Again, this one coming in from downtown DC. So there we go. We'll see PSA here in the alleyway in just a moment. We've got another arrival. Who is that? We've got a Southwest making their way in from Las Vegas. That's the second Las Vegas flight today, I feel like. Southwest 3184 coming in from Las Vegas. We've got a bit of a 2-for-1 shot here between Southwest and I believe that is behind him. That is Frontier Airlines coming in from Mickey Mouse Town, coming in from Orlando.
Chopper, the great white shop. And then also,
so we got
heavy after that one. It's FedEx 785 is 767-300F coming in from Memphis.
So we got Delta on the move in this A321 as Southwest gets closer. And as you guys saw, we got Air France getting ready for pushback, or has started their pushback. Here we go, Southwest from Las Vegas. Hurry up, because we've got Air France pushing back. Give you guys one more arrival. We do have that FedEx 767, FedEx 785 coming in from Memphis, arriving in 4 minutes. As you guys heard Will mention a moment ago. Starting to get busy over here. See you, Zoe. So there we go, Southwest from Sin City. We still have our special JetBlue as well to push back here in a little while. Hopefully that one's not going to stay overnight or anything like that. Again, I'm hoping that my family that's arriving on JetBlue will be coming back here in the alleyway. So next arrival is going to be that Frontier 1554 coming in from Orlando, Florida, and the A321 Neo. That will be followed by FedEx 785 coming in from Memphis, Tennessee. So let's enjoy. Well, of course, we've got a E175 back here to mess up our GE90 startup. It's been like this for the last 2 weeks. Every time I think we're going to get a good turn it up moment for some of our heavies, We do not. All right, Zoe, let me flip it. There you go. See you, Zoe. Have a good evening. All right. I'm going to mute the mics. Hopefully you guys will be able to enjoy Air France. So Molly's left already. Will's hanging out in his chair over there, keeping an eye on flight radar. But Molly left a few minutes ago. There's Frontier coming in from Orlando. They're in the background. All right, enjoy the startup of those GE90s. lots and lots of them. Oh, it says 6:30. It leaves at 6:30. Okay. So it was supposed to leave at 6:30. Not leaving until 7:30. Okay. So me and Will here were looking up my family's flight. Looks like they're delayed by an hour, unfortunately. So there goes our 767 from FedEx. So I'm not sure that we're gonna stay then if it is delayed that long, because that'll put them back here at 9:30. I gotta go home and get ready for the week. So you saw Delta 26 at 99 at touchdown. That one, the one that did the go around there a little while ago, as well as that American. So if they are delayed, we may stay. We may make Iceland our last plane of the night. So again, they were supposed to leave at 6:30. So again, Iceland might be our last plane of the night here. All right, enjoy Air France, you guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Hopefully that CRJ wasn't too bad. Here we go, another American from Charlotte, another A321. I'm gonna guess it's coming from Charlotte. Lots and lots of planes headed out for departure right now. So let's see if I can give you that information on that one that just touched down. Get the cell phone unlocked and open here. Yes, that is American 1799 coming in from Charlotte. We got another 757 in just about 5 minutes. Delta 1097 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Our second 757 of the show today. As we got an A321 on the move, not on flight radar, not on mine anyway. This one, I believe, headed back to Charlotte as well.
This is unmuted.
There you go. believe this one here is headed to Charlotte.
I don't know if you said it already, but American 1894. This is actually an Airbus A321neo. Charlotte. So A321neo. So an A321neo doing a very, very short route.
That one headed to Charlotte.
Next up is Delta Airlines 1319, Airbus A320, headed to MCO Orlando.
Nope. We've got a 737 on the runway. Got a 737-900 headed out here. We'll get you that information in just a moment. He's sitting down, so you can't really see what's on the
Salt
runway.
Lake City.
That one headed to Salt Lake City. All right, Zoe, have a wonderful evening. Have a good start to your week. Now it's our Delta A321.
Baza.
So here we go. With all of these departures,
Next up is Delta Connection 5232, CRJ 900 LR coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour, 3-minute flight. Coming in about 30 minutes early.
got a whole host of arrivals, but let's check this out right here. There she goes. There's our 777 headed back to Paris. Got that Delta CRJ turning off the runway here.
And a whole line of departures. Arrivals.
Got a whole line of arrivals.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Our first arrival, though, is going to be American Airlines 600 coming in from Chicago. This one is 737-800 for American Airlines.
18 minutes early.
Nice. So they'll probably have to go wait for a gate.
There's a lot being more earlier than late.
Nelia gifting one Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you so much, Nelia. As always.
Congrats to Joel F for getting that membership.
thank you, Nelia. As always, one of our wonderful plane spotting channel affiliates. So a huge shout out to her. Just a reminder too, she'll be on about 9 o'clock in the morning if you guys want to watch some exciting arrivals to the island over there. She'll be on early in the morning, about 9:30 for us. I'll be there, I'll be watching. I usually try to watch every day while I work. I spend a lot of time in Lurker's Lounge lately. Here we go, we got the Southwest, attention down here, 23 left. So that wind is picking up again. Don't know if you guys can hear it or not. So back over to the E175 that's trying to sneak out on us. Into the sun. Followed by our next arrival. Again, lots and lots of arrivals. Lots of things happening here. Another American Eagle, E175.
We were talking about it a few minutes ago, but that JetBlue down here, which is the brand new livery, is delayed about an hour and a half. So, won't be departing. I mean, it might, unless you stay until like 8:30.
Yeah, with my family being delayed an hour, I probably won't stay now. Probably stay for Iceland's arrival, which shouldn't be too much longer, actually.
56 minutes.
So we got about another hour left in the show. There you go. Lots of action between now and then. We do have a Delta 1907 coming in from Atlanta. That's another 757 about to touch down here next. Followed by a Breeze Airways. Still got a bunch heading out for a departure. So this is our peak busy time of the day. So again, we're about an hour left in the show. We're going to end with Iceland tonight.
There's the 75.
I hope you start with some go-arounds. Hopefully it's a nice, windy, exciting afternoon for you over there. Again, if you guys don't know, Nelia will be on at 9 a.m. here on the East Coast. 9:30, depending on what time she starts. So they're about 5 hours ahead of us. So make sure if you guys aren't doing anything, head over there and check her out in the morning. There's our 757 from Atlanta. This is one of the harder shots during the day now because of the roof being all lit up. It dims out our aircraft there on the in the background due to the camera settings. So here we go. Here's Breeze Airways. This one's coming in from, this is Moxie 208 coming in from Columbus, Ohio. Another A220-300 for this beautiful arrival. getting closer and closer to golden hour now. So hopefully all of that lighting on everybody on 23 right is amazing. Still not a cloud in the sky, really. It's been an absolute beautiful day. Definitely can't complain about the weather today. So nice touchdown for the A220. I think we have a 737. What is that? Yep. 737 for American Airlines getting a move on. That one's not on flight radar just yet. I have a feeling that might be headed to LA, or it could be headed back to Miami. I think we had our Miami flight a little over an hour ago now. So this one could be headed back to Miami. I think we're going to lose it right here behind the pole. We are. So that one is American back to Miami. On that 737-800, let's see where our Southwest arrival's coming from. We do have a Southwest 2392 coming in from Denver, Colorado. 2 hours and 39 minutes of flight time for our 737-700. That one gonna arrive at 23 left here in just a moment. So there you go, Southwest coming in from Denver, touching down. Still waiting on that E175 right here to shut down. Again, we'll have Captain Carolina on the show one more time tonight as we await our final plane of the show, and that's going to be Iceland Air coming in from Reykjavik. Looks like we got another arrival by Mesa Airlines coming in from Washington Dulles. That one's 35 minutes of flight time for the E175 so far. That one arriving in just 2 minutes. Looks like we got a Delta Connection CRJ on the move, getting out of here. 205 likes. Thank you guys for getting us to 200 today. Again, I greatly appreciate that. So again, we've got Mesa Airlines 6014 coming in from Dulles. We also have Southwest 3662 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. That one another 737 MAX 8. So quite the MAX attack here. Alright, so I just got a text message saying they're supposed to board in the next 10 minutes. So if they board in the next 10 minutes, I don't know when that message was sent there. Let's see. That was at 6:40, so it's going to be 6:50. It's an hour and a half flight. I don't think it's going to make it by 8:30.
Can make it by 8:30, but
So we'll see if they make it in by the time we end the show. I'll keep an eye on that flight and we'll see. We are still about 50 minutes or so away from Iceland's arrival. About 45 minutes, I think. So here we go, United Express touching down. This one operated by Mesa Airlines. Coming in from the nation's capital. Got a United on the way out. Got a Southwest about to... Nope, that one was the one that came in. We do have that one coming in from Atlanta. Our next arrival. We do have one headed out as well, but that one's not on flight radar. Big exec jet getting a move on from over there. There we are, Southwest. Somebody leaving some engines running or a really loud APU down there below us, unfortunately. Southwest from Atlanta touching down. I got no info for this one just yet. That's still not up on flight radar. Got a Delta on the way out, as well as that United we saw Making that move toward the end of the runway. Southwest a little slow on the go here. Let's see if we can give you guys that flight information there for that Southwest departure. As we've got another Delta on the way out. Tony, good afternoon, sir. Hope you're doing well. Hope you got all the shots you were looking for this weekend up there in Virginia. Yeah, we're out here doing our Sunday afternoon show as per always. So if you guys don't know, next Sunday I will not be here. We'll be here on Saturday instead because of it being Easter. So we're going to go do the Easter thing with the family on a Sunday. So good to see you, Tony. Hopefully again, you got all the shots you were after. Hopefully a beautiful day there in Virginia. So that Southwest departure, that was Southwest 2913 headed to Phoenix, Arizona on the 737 MAX 8. It says the estimated time of flight is 4 hours and 16 minutes. Our next arrival is going to be Endeavor Air 5322 coming in from Washington, D.C. This one coming in via Washington Ronald Reagan. There in downtown DC. That is a CRJ 900LR. 37 minutes of flight time for this one. So there goes United. That one on a MAX, I believe. I'll give you that info as soon as it pops up on Flight Radar. You know how it is. Flight Radar and United, not the best of friends, I guess. And we do have a Delta 737 sitting out at the end of the runway as well. That one ready for departure. Tony with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Tony. Here's to F-22 Raptors and using the flaps during takeoff. Yep. Tony sent me a very interesting picture of one of the aircraft leaving here very, very late off the runway, not using very much flaps. Glad you got to check out the F-22 Raptors up there in Virginia. Hopefully they were out doing some exercises this weekend for you. Look forward to getting some of your photos later. So thank you, Tony, for the super chat. Greatly appreciate that, my friend. Tony, another one of those huge supporters of the channel. Good friend of the channel as well. All right, let's see if I can give you that information there on United. United 1769 headed back to SFO, that is on that MAX 8 aircraft. So about 5 hours of flight time for that one. Hey, in our breeze, it's been in the general aviation side of things for the last couple of days, finally on the move. We're going to stick here with Delta for now, and then we'll turn to that E195 for breeze. So Delta going to be another one of those late takeoffs. We're going to lose it right there behind the pole. So we'll swing over to breeze heading out of the general aviation side of things, carrying a sports team, I assume. Ken, good afternoon. Good, almost evening here. Getting closer and closer. We're getting into the golden hour, almost 7 p.m. On the move, we got an Avelo heading out as well. Should be back-to-back Avelo departures here. Those two did arrive around the same time, back-to-back. So let's see if we get double Avelo departures. That 737-700 moving kind of quickly. Not as quick as the Southwest. Still pretty quick though. Let's see if our, we got Frontier up. So let's see where Delta was headed. Delta was Delta 20 and 28 headed back to Salt Lake City on a 737-900. Still no JetBlues out of JFK. I was looking for them. They have yet to pop up on flight radar. Again, they were about an hour delayed, unfortunately. Actually, they're about 30 minutes delayed now, so hopefully breeze is headed to Louisville, Kentucky. That breeze that we caught leaving there just a moment ago, headed to Louisville, Kentucky. As we sit and hang with the Avello. Is this Avello up on flight radar? It is. Is it headed back to Manchester? No, this one's headed to Fort Myers, Florida. Fang, good evening. So that one makes its way back to Fort Myers. We do have Captain Carolina, who's going to be working the Iceland flight. Speaking of Iceland, let's give you guys a little update there on Iceland. We do have a Frontier on the move as well. Frontier still says NA. That one is Stewart. We saw that one come in earlier. Our next arrival is going to be an American. It's going to be Republic Airways 4596 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. Iceland's just now in Virginia. Looks like they're close to DC. Just south of DC, Ice 821 coming in from Reykjavik, Iceland. 32 minutes away on that 737 MAX 9. So that one 30 minutes out. And again, I am watching for that JFK flight with some family on board. I don't know that we're going to stay until they arrive. Again, they were supposed to be here at 9:30 or at 8:30. There it is, JetBlue. JetBlue 1185. There they are. They are on flight radar, getting ready to move. They're on an A220-300. So it's about an hour and a half. They might make it. They might actually make it by 8:30. So we'll see. We'll see how long it takes them to get off the ground. Here they were originally supposed to leave at 6:30. So we just had 2 of our flights land in Newark. Yeah, an hour and a half to Newark. So it should be an hour and a half from JFK. Speaking of JFK, our American 777 flying just south of the Hamptons there, if you guys are following along on flight radar. So the 777 just south of the Hamptons. Air France getting out over the Atlantic. They're in Delaware. So let's see, is Frontier up yet? Not yet. It's on flight radar, but no information. You saw that Frontier pass by a moment ago. We do have another American Eagle that's made its way out from the gate. about 40 minutes out. Minutes out, excuse me. 29 minutes out for that Max 8, Max 9. We should be good on battery power. We've made that change, that battery change that we needed to make. I've already mowed my lawn once so far this season. I mowed the front lawn last Saturday. I should have mowed the backyard this weekend, but I did not spend a whole lot of time doing it. Let's see, you're going to watch them leave there. They're on flight radar now, so... The only problem is you can't hear it though to see what he's saying, where they're going. Alright, here's our Frontier that we have no idea where it's going. You're gonna headphone. So Will's watching another streamer in JFK to let me know when they've left the ground. So Stewart here for Frontier on the move. Stewart gonna leave late. Gonna lose him there behind the fire escape. Got another United headed up to the box. Another Max aircraft here. And then American Eagle getting to move on. Let's see, our next arrival is that Republic Airways 4596 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. 1 hour and 4 minutes of flight time for this one, for this E175. We got an American 737-800 coming out of the penalty box. That one was hiding behind the trees. There you go, that one coming down the hill. One out, one in. Two different airlines. Also got our Nashville flight making that turn. Hopefully Iceland Air will make this turn right here, but I have a feeling they won't. I have a feeling Iceland will go a little bit longer. So Frontier is Frontier 3371. That one's headed down to Tampa. 1 hour and 26 minutes of flight time estimated there for that one. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 1645 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. Another A321 coming in from Charlotte. You got a regular day of school tomorrow, huh?
So.
All right, Will. Well, thank you for being here as always. Probably see you next weekend, right?
Yeah. Hopefully that time we'll try to not be like an hour, 2 hours late. Maybe I can try to get here before the show starts.
Yeah, I'm usually here about an hour or two before the show starts. Beautiful shot of this American Eagle.
But yeah, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Will. We'll see you next time, of course. So remember, I'll be out here Saturday next week. As opposed to Sunday, because if we're going to do the Easter thing, we're going to have some Lufthansa action next Saturday. If you guys are interested in Lufty, you'll want to come hang out with us next Saturday.
Bye, everybody.
See you, Will. See you, dude. Some adjustments here. Pull up some of these cables here since all of our guests have left for the day. Start rolling up some of these smaller cables here. This one here is all tangled up. I have to untangle it all. Make sure everything goes in the correct spot. All right, we got our next departure. That American 737 that was stuck in the penalty box earlier. So that one gonna leave late on us again. Way late for that 737. Man, they are so slow down here with Republic Airways. Trying to get this American Eagle into the gate. Doesn't seem like it's going very well. So that departure was American Airlines NA. It's not going to show us anything just yet. except that it's leaving RDU. That one is American 1441 headed to Philadelphia on that 737-800. I might have to get ready to get my jacket out of the front of the car. So if you guys will give me just a second, let me grab my jacket. Be back with you in a moment. Feeling it's going to get quite chilly here as the sun goes down. Finally, this E175 is going to make it to the gate. Unfortunately, we can't see it right now because, well, there are poles in the way, but we do have another American Eagle E175 about to push back right here. And we've got that beautiful lighting on that 737 MAX. So there we go. Enjoying some of that golden hour sun for our 737. Again, our next arrival is American 1645 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. Short hop, 28 minutes of flight time for the big A321 200. We need to look and see where our Iceland is. Iceland now, man, that was really, really fast. Ice 821 coming in from Reykjavik. Arriving in just a few minutes now. That was a really fast 30 minutes. If Flight Radar was correct. It is scheduled to land at 7:30. So I'd say it probably has about 10 more minutes. It is in North Carolina already. It's going to be another beautiful MAX 9. Good touchdown for this one from Charlotte. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for mentioning our good friend Nelia. Brian and I both watch Nelia's shows in the morning when we can. I'm watching it most days. I'm actually in Lurker's Lounge more often than not, but I do try to be in Nelia's show as much as possible. Alright, so that Iceland is now just 8 minutes away. We've got PSA pushing back here from the gate. This one going to go back up to DC via DCA. And then we've got a United followed by that, or following that one in. Let's see about JetBlue. So JetBlue was on flight radar. It is gone now. We are awaiting a JetBlue. I think it's a JetBlue 1185 from JFK. So they are going to leave at about 7:30, which is going to put them here at 9 o'clock. So what do you guys think? You think we should stay till 9 o'clock for their arrival? Because it'll be an hour and a half flight time. If they don't leave by 7:30, we'll make that decision whether or not to stay or not, whether or not there's enough to see between now and their arrival. We've got another one coming in from Phoenix, another Southwest, arriving in 22 minutes, but I think that's closer. We do have a A220 from Delta on the move. That one's headed to back to Boston. Jackie, good morning. So we'll wait and see when JetBlue 1135 or 1185 gets a move on here. See if, because it is about an hour and a half flight time from JFK. There's a Velo sneaking out on us. And that's 737-700. Check out our A220. One to look pretty in the light. So we do have that United at the end of the runway as well. I wonder if they'll jump out here in front of Iceland. I'm sure they will. They're saying 11. They should be in around 11:01. I don't think so. If they're on board that flight, there's no way. Sorry, you guys. Sending out a text message here really fast. Again, I'm trying to watch them on flight radar. Iceland now 3 minutes away. There they are. They've popped up on flight radar once again. They're still at the gate. They haven't begun their pushback yet, so they got 4 minutes. And I don't don't know what the traffic is like there in JFK right now. So Iceland turning on a final. Velo, that is headed to New Haven. As you can see, we've got United on the way out. We also have a Southwest on the move. So this one's headed, this is United 1502 headed back to Newark on a Max 9. There. So again, this Max headed to Newark, New Jersey. We still have the JetBlue special livery, or the new livery. I think it's about an hour and a half delayed. So hopefully we'll see it depart before we leave tonight. Good evening. All right, so Captain Carolina should be down there getting ready to accept the Iceland. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. If you haven't already, please do so. $230 likes, so we're 20 likes away from reaching our goal today. And there's Iceland from Reykjavik. Let's check out Southwest first. The Southwest is about to get a move on here. Can't let this golden hour lighting go to waste. Come on, Southwest, hurry up, or I'm gonna have to leave you. It's not been too bad, Robbie. Been hanging out and enjoying the day up here at the airport. Sorry you took too long. So there we go, Iceland from Reykjavik. Hopefully they'll slow down and get off the runway early so we get that wonderful shot. If not, we'll still have that wonderful shot of them headed to the gate. Touchdown. So we'll see that one again here in just a minute. Again, it's going to go right here to the corner gate, I believe. And our buddy Captain Carolina, who was on the show earlier this evening, will be waiting to accept them. Looks like we got another United at 2192 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. This one is another Max 9. Looks like Iceland may have had to make that right turn instead of a left turn because we do have an American Airlines pushing back over there in front of the terminal. So maybe another few minutes. There they are. They went a little further down. So Iceland scooting their way through, getting ready to be down here in front of us. I think that's Captain Carolina right there. Nope. Where is he? I know he's working the Iceland flight, but maybe he's not one of the wing walkers tonight for Iceland. I think maybe he's just doing the baggage stuff tonight. There he is right there, sitting on the baggage handler. I don't know if he's looking up here or not. I see him looking this way, but he didn't give me a wave. I waved at him. Now, yeah, that would be funny if this was the same one, but I don't think you guys get the max 9s. So there we go, that beautiful max 9. Got an A321 departure, I'm assuming to Charlotte. United from Newark is about to touch down again. That one, another max 9, so double max attack here, both 900s. We're going to stick with Iceland now. Our next arrival is going to be a Delta 2992 coming in from Miami, Florida. 1 hour and 46 minutes of flight time for the A319.
Departure American 2704, thanks for help.
It's going to be followed by a Southwest here in just a moment. Got a breeze making their way out to the end of the runway, along with an American there. You'll see that at the top of your screen in a moment. Another 737 800. That would be correct, Greg. So 47% of viewers are not subscribed to the show. So if you guys haven't subscribed, please do so. Trying to get to 5,000. I'd like to get to 5,000 by May the 1st. I've got several more shows between now and May. And if I'm not mistaken, we have a little more than 140, I think. Maybe a little less than 140. I haven't looked at the subscriber count yet today. I know we started at 852 or 854 when we started the show. I checked it one time in the middle of the show. We were up to 864. So we're slowly but surely making our way up to 5,000 subscribers. There we go, Delta 2992. Coming in from Miami on that A319.
Raleigh, Southwest 4261.
So Mattman says we're going to reach 5,000 subscribers by Memorial Day weekend. Speaking of Memorial Day weekend, I won't be here. I have to work that weekend, and then I'm going camping with my kids for his birthday. His birthday is the 25th. So that'll be another one of those dates that we won't be here. So maybe we'll have to do an extra show during the week. I think we could hit it probably mid-May. If we could have a couple more good shows between now and mid-May, I think we might be able to do it. All right, so our next arrival is going to be Southwest, but let's swing over here and get Breeze's departure. That beautiful A220 once again. And we have another Southwest on the way out. So there goes Breeze. So we watch our Southwest make its way out. Let's give you guys some flight information on our next arrival. Our next arrival is Southwest 4261 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona. 3 hours and 34 minutes of flight time for that one. Breeze is headed to Columbus. That's Moxie 209. Headed out to Ohio. We've got Frontier on the move as well. Headed to the end of the runway for their departure. This Southwest that is about to depart, that is Southwest 4763. That one's about to go back to Austin. That one's on a 737-700. So there's our Southwest arriving from Phoenix. Will says by June 1st. Hey, you never know, we could have a miracle show. We gain 80 new subscribers in one episode. That would be great, wouldn't it? We need a couple more of those. All right, again, this one coming in from Phoenix, Arizona. Looks like we got an American 737 on the runway over on 23 right. Nice touchdown from the one from Phoenix. Not much of a flare for that one, but still a nice touchdown. This American 737's headed back to Miami. There you go, last little bit of the sunset there. for this Sunday evening. Delta in that A220 about to line up. So this is American 1888. That one's headed back to Dallas, Fort Worth. All right, here we go, that A220. Speaking of A220s, we got that beautiful jet blue A220 pulling out to the starting line here. So that one going to go back to Boston, I believe. That's where it came from earlier in the day. That one delayed over an hour and a half. Gets a free pass to my nice list. No questions asked. Well, this is weird. Whoops, sorry, I'm a little far down there. They're not going to the starting line. I believe that Delta is headed to Boston. It is. That's Delta 1075. Headed back to Boston, Massachusetts. Interesting here. I'm assuming this one will start, but oh, they're getting out of the way of the American Eagle E175 that's about to push back. We do have Southwest making a run for it as well. That Southwest that is on the move, that's headed to Austin. We still have Frontier Airlines down there at the end of the runway. They're going to choose to do that right in the middle of the corner. Well, the JetBlue that we're waiting for from JFK is still on the ground and still at the gate. So they're going to leave about 8, I would assume. Still no movement out of them. So I don't know that we're going to stay for their arrival, because it'll be well after 9 o'clock when they arrive. And as many of you guys know, I've got to be to work early tomorrow. Frontier looks like on flight radar. I was about to say it looks like it's ready for departure, but it's not quite. So our next arrival is going to be Southwest, coming in from BWE, Southwest 4550. So I got word that they are removing fuel from my family's flight there in JFK. They're up on flight radar, but they have not yet moved. So I don't know what that's going to leave us to do this evening. All right, let's enjoy this A220. Richard, good afternoon. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Greatly appreciate that. We got a lot of flights from your airport there in Charlotte. Get a lot of your A321s come in from Charlotte. Likes away from 250. Thank you, Molly, for that update. So we are gonna make it. Now the thing will be finding the right plane to make it the end of the show here. If we're not gonna wait for my family again, that'll be, if they leave at 8, that's 9:30. I know normally during the midweek shows we're here till 9:30, but we did start this show at 1 o'clock. Maybe we'll stay, maybe we won't. We'll see. Depends on you guys. No MD-11 departure tonight. As you guys know, as a matter of fact, none of the UPS aircraft are on the ground over here today. We did have that one FedEx arrival earlier, plus our 2 other heavies. So it looks like American's going to go out before Frontier. Another 737. And we're going to lose it there. Sun has already set. So Southwest 4550, our next arrival. As we remove our filter there to get ready for the evening. Santa Claus. It's a mega company named Fed Up. I like that. That's good. Nice touchdown, and once again for another Southwest today. There you go. You can see them all lining up out there. Frontier, JetBlue. There is United Express out there as well, and we have that American Eagle on its way out there. We've got our next arrival is American Airlines 2105 coming in from Miami. That 737 that we saw leave a moment ago, that one is headed to Miami. That's American Airlines 1891. So one leaving for Miami and one coming in from Miami, both 737-800s. Robert, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Thank you so much for the super chat. And we got another Frontier headed out. So you can see all the planes. If you're looking at flight radar, there's a bunch of them sitting out there waiting for a departure now. Let's turn our attention to the American from Miami. Two more likes according to Greg to reach our goal of 250. Molly says we did it. Molly says we reached our goal for the day. So thank you guys for smashing the like button. Got another Southwest making their way out here. So I wonder if they're going to give us rapid fire departures here with everybody sitting out there waiting for departure. I'm assuming we lost ATC again because I don't remember hearing it for this one. So let's try to get that back up here before our next departure. Whomever might be next. See if reloading it there will make it work. So that United Express looks like it's going to be our next departure. So thank you guys for getting us to 250 likes today. Here we go. They're going to give us rapid fire departures. A couple of E175s off first. Let's see if I can give you flight information for that one that just departed before this one decides to leave. United Express is headed back to Washington Dulles. American Eagle on the move. Got another Southwest on the way out. So a couple of Southwests on 23 left. Nope, they've calmed down on the departures on 23 right. Let's go to 23 left. Here for some departure action. Where is American Eagle headed? That American Eagle is Envoy 3636 headed to Chicago O'Hare. Southwest, our next departure. Nobody else making a run for it. All right, Southwest 2392 headed to Bewee, headed up to Baltimore, Maryland. That 1 hour departure. Our next departure is going to be Frontier 2225 headed to Denver, Colorado. Klondike, the polar bear, on board this Frontier A321. This is an A321-200 Neo. Again, headed back to Denver. Now we got Southwest, that other one ready for departure. 23 left. So this is Southwest 3293. This one also headed to Denver, so the race is on between Southwest and Frontier Airlines. So there you go, those two will see each other again in Denver. I was hoping that beautiful JetBlue would leave in that new livery before it gets dark here. So we can at least give it one more look. Got another Frontier down there, Frontier 3314 headed to LaGuardia. Chopper the Great White Shark, I believe, on board that Frontier. So there are a couple out there. All right, let's see. It's decision time. Have they started moving? JetBlue 1185. They have started pushing back finally. JetBlue 1185. Got some family on board. That one, they're trying to get home from London. She said she's been up for about 24 hours by the time they get home. So hopefully when she gets home, they get to get some good sleep. So they flew JetBlue out of here last week. Stopped in Boston. Picked up JetBlue once again over to London. And they left London this morning. They should have left JFK at 6:30. They have finally pushed back. I think we got our Delta 757 getting ready to head back to Atlanta, Georgia. And it is hour 7:57. Gonna go down and join the departure party there. So Greg, they were supposed to land at 8:30. If they leave JFK here in the next few minutes, it's about an hour and a half flight from JFK. So that flight was delayed. They got into JFK sometime this afternoon, so they got there in plenty enough time. It's just the flight to here is delayed, unfortunately. So if they leave right now, which it doesn't look like they're going to, they are pushed back, but if they're not in the air within the next few minutes, it might possibly be 10 o'clock before they get home. They're no longer on a flight radar, unfortunately, so I have no clue where they're at. There's so many planes sitting down there waiting for a departure. Our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 979 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth, another 737-800. Just 4 minutes. And then we've got a Southwest just behind that. So I don't know. What time is Iceland's scheduled departure here? Let's check that out and see where we are with Iceland. We may end with Iceland here tonight. Iceland's due out at 8:30, estimated 8:30. As well, we've got one headed out to Charlotte as well. So Iceland's going to be due out at 8:30. So it looks like I got about 30 minutes to make a decision here whether or not we stay for their arrival or not. If they leave at 8:30, then I don't know. I won't have too much more to show you guys if we do decide to stay that late. So we may go ahead and consider Iceland our last departure of the show. But again, I still have 30 minutes to make that decision. So we'll see what happens. So American from Dallas. It's going to be our next arrival. You can see our 757 moving up in traffic there. So I'm usually here on Wednesdays and Sundays here of late. Coming up next weekend, we'll be here on Saturday as opposed to Sunday. We're gonna do the Easter thing on Sunday, so you can expect us out here on Saturday. But so we're out here about 2 days a week as of right now. Wednesday shows are usually start at 6, end about 10. Yeah, we usually start on Sunday about 1 p.m. So we'll do the same thing next week, just on Saturday. We'll start at 1 p.m. Give you guys some Lufthansa action, something we haven't seen in quite a while. See you, Matt Man. Have a wonderful rest of your week. Or start to your week.
14, visual teacher.
Thank you, Matt Man. Appreciate you hanging out with us. See you Wednesday. Perfect. So therefore we should be here. Is anybody going to go for it? Looks like we've got somebody going to make a run for it here. Looks like it's going to be that 757 back to Atlanta. Just going to go for it. Southwest over here on 23 right, ready for arrival. Looks like we got another Delta about to make a move. That one right there was Delta 1097 headed back to Atlanta. I think this is our Delta 2 headed back to LAX. We'll double check that here in just a minute. Let's go over to Southwest, our next arrival. Got a helicopter flying overhead. Southwest touching down. Still got a lot out there waiting for departure. So Delta 462, that is headed back to Los Angeles. Southwest here coming in, that's Southwest 814 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. That one's on a 737-800. Looks like JetBlue is finally going to get a move on. Again, that flight right there is an hour and a half delayed. Not counting the time that it's been sitting out here on the tarmac. Man, I can't talk now. So that one's been sitting out here for what, half hour or so. So they're about 2 hours delayed from their departure time. JetBlue and Frontier are the only two on flight radar. Let's check on JetBlue 1185. Nope, there is nobody. There they are. They've taxied all the way over. I don't think we're going to see my family arrive tonight, unfortunately. They're just now taxiing out, so I think we're going to end with Iceland Air. I want to go home, get something to eat, get to bed. Got to be up at 5 a.m. Got to get to work. I wish their flight hadn't been delayed, unfortunately. I was looking for another, looking forward to another shine the light moment from them. Moxie 755 from Daytona Beach arriving in 6 minutes. They're on the downwind. And that's another A220-300. So definitely we're going to have a lot of A220s this summer. Going to have to start keeping count of how many A220s we've seen today. If you guys are new to the channel, you guys may not know, but I love the A220s. Speaking of A220s, that JetBlue down there, as we wait for its departure, is a beautiful A220, that new livery. Looks like that's going to be the next one to move. This one headed back to Boston, almost 2 hours late. Turn and burn for the JetBlue. That Frontier sitting out there waiting. Again, I think Iceland's going to be our last departure of the night. Again, they're just now getting a move on over there. They still have to taxi out, get ready for departure. So by 8:30, that's going to be 10 o'clock by the time they get here. So I have a feeling that we'll have some more shine the light moments later on this year, of course. So we got about 10 more minutes. I'd say about 20 more minutes, possibly 30 left in today's show.
Heading off departure difference Teddy Morgan.
So it looks like we're 118 away from reaching 5,000. So thank you guys for liking and subscribing today. I think we started the show with 852 or 854, one of the two, and we're now at 882. So we are at 118 away. So give us a couple more episodes. I think Wednesday night we should hit 900. So make sure if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Let me refresh, make sure that's correct. And it looks like it is. So thank you to everyone who subscribed today. Moxie gonna land at 23 left. You guys heard it there on the radio. Foxy 755 coming in from Daytona Beach. It's going to be our next arrival. No worries, Molly. Glad you guys were able to come and join us for a show. Hopefully you'll be able to come up and hang out with us, you and Vince, some more this summer. Hopefully you guys will be regulars this summer. See, I needed this race or this flight when the Rolex 24 was happening in Daytona. It was really hard to get to Daytona from here. So this would have been a nice flight back then. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. We've hit 260 likes. Touchdown for Breeze. Another A220. 300. Iceland is still getting some services done. So again, Iceland going to be our last departure tonight. Scheduled departure 4 minutes out, but I have a feeling that it won't be. Air France took off about 6:30 tonight. 6:35, somewhere around in there. They were a little late themselves. They were delayed. Thank you guys for using the emojis. So we got about 20 minutes before we hit the 8-hour mark. So another awesome Sunday stream. Begun boarding yet. It's a good possibility that they have. Looks like we got Frontier on the move. Yeah, it is the 777. It's got the GE90s on it, but they are the smaller GE90s. They're not the big GEs, unfortunately. There we go. We got an American Airlines A321 on the move. I believe this one's going to be heading back to Charlotte. Fun thing we like to do with the channel for the members and stuff. So feel free, if you are a member of the show, use those emojis. So that American A321, that is American 1904, and it is headed back to Charlotte, North Carolina. About about a 28-minute flight. Got an American Eagle making their way in. Say the same thing about my voice. You have a radio voice, and it should sound a lot better now that we've made all of the upgrades that we've made to our sound equipment. So I come through a lot clearer for you guys. Still got those baggage loaders here for Iceland Air. Man, I got no more arrivals for the next 18 minutes. Hey, my family is in the air though. JetBlue 1185, they are on their way. It says they're going to be arriving in an hour and 8 minutes. I just don't think we have the viewers to stay for another hour and 8 minutes now, unfortunately. So again, we're waiting for Iceland. Iceland's going to be our last departure of the show. Text messages about it now. Yeah, so again, I don't know. I don't know if we've got the viewers to stay another hour. We're about 18 minutes away from reaching our 8-hour mark. We're going to wait for Iceland at least. Iceland's scheduled departure is 8:30. But as you guys can see, they still have baggage belts hooked up to them. And so I am in conversation. So let's see. Thank you, Jackie, for hanging out with us. And again, good morning to you. I still have a full battery. Got that APU running there on that E175. us to stay that extra hour. So again, they are an hour and 8 minutes away. So that's really not that long when you're doing a show. The problem is I don't really have any more arrivals for you guys. We still have all those departures out there at the end of the runway, but we are very, 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 very low on arrivals. As a matter of fact, zooming out, there's nothing arriving. There's one in South Georgia and one just now entering Virginia. That says, the one in Virginia says it's 11 minutes away. So maybe it's getting ready, yeah, it's getting ready to cross into North Carolina there. That's American at 2985. That one's getting ready to come from Philadelphia. Are they just now moving? They are. They're just now moving the jetway over to this American Eagle here. Thank you guys for your support. Aviation Addicts Anonymous. I like that. That's good. We got a small exec jet coming in right now. Yeah, they're laying on the bells for this E-175. Still have those baggage handlers up there against our MAX 9 for Iceland Air. Still have Frontier, and Lord only knows who else out there at the end of the runway waiting for departure slots. I got steak at home waiting in the microwave for me. So Pip, I'm trying to convince her to come out here and be a regular on the show on Sundays. I'm trying my hardest to see if we can get Molly out here on Sundays when she's out of school. Crazy. You're just now on spring break. Well, I guess you got a month and a half, right? Till the end of school. I guess you guys get out right at the end of May. Yeah, I got steak and some other stuff at home waiting. Can't wait to eat. I think the only thing I've had to eat today has been a brownie. Provided by the wonderful Molly there. Molly bringing me that surprise brownie. Ooh, ends tonight for Franklin County Schools. You know, it was funny. My kids went on spring break early, back in March. It was weird, but they are a part of a charter school, so I guess they can go whenever they want. So I guess they chose the middle of March to send our kids on spring break. Thank you, Wind Pilot. Again, hopefully we got to raise some more money so I can get another headset for our guests on the show. Probably have one, I don't know, either later this month or next month. But hopefully in enough time for Molly to be here more often. least 2 matching headsets. So you guys will hopefully be able to hear her better. Oh, thank God they shut that off. I don't know about you guys, but I was getting annoyed with with that APU or whatever they had running down there. I have a feeling that American Eagle won't be going anywhere tonight. So again, hopefully we'll have enough money to get one more headset so we can have special guests on the show more often. This will be like the 12th headset I've bought for doing this show. Only because we made changes to some equipment here. Got a whole string coming in from the south of arrivals. It looks like the first one in that string is going to be an American 2600 coming from Miami. Our second one today from Miami. Third one. About 20 minutes. But we do have an American 2985 coming in from Philadelphia, arriving in 5 minutes. That's another 737-800. American really flooding us with the 800s here lately. Hey, we got somebody on the move. Looky there. Is that our Frontier that's been sitting down there for almost an hour? I believe it is. Yeah, so I had Molly and Will and Vincent on a little bit of a roundabout setup today, piping them in through the camera. So again, we'll have to snag one more headset for them. And then they can fight over it. One of the baggage belts is gone from Iceland. Waiting on that front one. Looks like we got an exec jet on finals. It's not on flight radar. Let's see. Frontier 3314 chopper, the Great White Shark, headed it to LaGuardia. That one's an A321 Neo. A Temu plane? Really? I didn't know Temu had a network of aircraft. So did anybody else see the thing? We're all into aviation. I saw a thing on Instagram talking about Apple flying in 5 cargo planes full of iPhones. So we don't talk about politics here, but we all know why they're doing that. I thought that was interesting that they're going to fly in 5 cargo planes full of iPhones. Ryan Maddox, good evening. There we go. Pilot walk around there. Or Iceland. So finally, nope, that's not the pilot. Maybe they're on the other side. But they are removing the cones there from the engines. The Apple iPlane. Bill Vick, good afternoon. Good evening, sorry. I've been saying good afternoon all day since we started the show in the afternoon. Welcome to the show. We're getting closer to the end here. I think we are going to go ahead and wait. I saw a lot of positive feedback, you guys. Wanted to stay that extra hour tonight for my family's arrival. Let's see where they're at now. Oh yeah, they're hauling the mail. They're over Philadelphia already. So arriving in just 52 minutes. So it'll be around 8:30-ish when they get here. So thank you for liking and subscribing. Greatly appreciate that, you guys. And I know it is late, but we are going to have one more busy bit of time here. We do have that American from Philadelphia. It's going to be our next arrival. That's going to be followed by another American Eagle. No, not American Eagle. This is American Airlines 1474 from DCA. It's going to come in behind our one from Philadelphia. So the one from Philadelphia, that's another 737-8. Again, it seems like we're getting a lot of the 737s right now from American Airlines. I do need to check the battery on the Wi-Fi here. It's been a while since I've had it plugged in. It's down to about 26%, so let's change that. The cell phone is fully charged. So if you guys notice, it's not an extremely hot day. If you guys have been with me all day, you've noticed that we haven't had any issues today with service. So that's a good thing. That's because the weather is so much cooler. Goes charging. Thank you. So that one there at 26%. And all is quiet. Until this one lands. So that American from Philly up next. American's gonna touch down and make a whole lot of noise. We still got some waiting out there for departure. Tennessee. Nice. Is anybody gonna go for it? Do we have beacons on Iceland yet? Nope, not yet. Have the passengers all sat down? Are we ready to go? Looks like everybody's seated and ready. Our buddy Captain Carolina down there working that flight. I don't know if he's going to be working the wing walking. Whoa. All right, forget about Iceland. Forget about planes. Here we go. go. There's that moon. We were talking about that tonight, earlier in the evening. It's a full moon Sunday night. So it is the pink moon. It looks a little more red to me. It is bright orange. It's more orange than pink to me, but it is a full moon. Maybe we'll get a plane passing in front of it. So our next arrival is American 1474 coming in from DCA. You'll have to give me a moment here to reset all of our settings back to normal. I was wondering if we were going to get a nice full moon shot this evening. The moon not disappointing, putting on a nice show for us this evening. Go, finally, Iceland on the pushback. Me and Pip have dubbed the Max engine startup as the Mad Max start because they just sound angry when the Max engines start. You guys will hear that in a minute. Next arrival looks like it's going to be American 2600 coming in from Miami. So that's going to be another 737-800 arriving in just a few minutes. It's turning on base. you guys are seeing there at the top of your screen, they're towing one over to the overnight parking. Those angry Max engines. Coming from Iceland here. Iceland is one of my favorite ones to get at night. There you go, you got 3 more arrivals. They're all in the same shot. So again, this one right here is American 2600 coming from Miami, Florida. It's right up against the edge of the parking garage. Just barely. All right, Iceland getting a move on, as well as we have another departure. Our beautiful Iceland in that Max 9. Headed out. Man, they could not wait to get rid of Iceland. They already got this American 737 trying to take that gate. Next arrival's going to be, it's about to get busy here, you guys. Delta 1518 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. This on a 737 at 900 GP. Our next arrival. Arrival is going to be Frontier Airlines. Where'd you go? There you are. Frontier 3330 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. This one's Scarlet, the Tanger livery. I think that's some sort of bird, right? We used to frequent Gatlinburg, Sevierville, and Pigeon Forge, as well as Knoxville quite often whenever I lived in the mountains of western North Carolina. There you go, we got a little plane installation there. Our next 3 arrivals in the same shop. Here we go again. Looks like a CRJ. And it is, that PSA. Headed back to DC. Got another CRJ landing 2-3 left. We're gonna stick with this one here. Stick with our Frontier from DFW. Yep, here we go. We're getting the last strong push for the night. I think we'll have another one about 10 o'clock, but I'm trying not to be here past 10. Again, we're waiting on JetBlue 1185 coming in from JFK. We used to run up Dill's Gap, or the Tail of the Dragon, as many of you guys know it, and then run over to Sevierville, hit Knoxville sometimes, or we would just go across to Pigeon Forge there in East Tennessee. So we did that quite frequently, especially on the weekends when we didn't have anything else to do. All right, we got Moxie 541 coming in from West Palm Beach. And another A220, that's going to come in on this side. It's going to come in on 23 right. I'm assuming because that Delta CRJ came in at 23 left. No, it's not a cardinal. It's some sort of bird, but it's not a cardinal. So this is Moxie 541. The way this light's twinkling in the front of our Moxie here. Thank you, Bill. I'm glad you enjoy the channel. I try to make this as nice of a channel to be in. Try to make sure all of my mods are on point. I try to employ the best mods. I try to do the best that I can as well. So thank you for finding us. Glad you found us. Still waiting on that A319 to shut down. I don't know why they haven't yet. Sounds to me like they're going to hold it forever. We used to, one of my favorite things to do when we would go to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge was to go to Rod Run twice a year. But we used to frequent Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg a lot, though. But we would definitely enjoyed going over there for Rod Run. Oh, he said nope. His Delta CRJ started to go, turning off the runway there. I said, nah, we're gonna wait. We're not quite ready yet. Come on, shut that A319 down. Our A220's making a right turn. That's not good. That means our A220's gonna be headed up the hill behind us, unfortunately. Is this our CRJ one more time? No. This is Iceland. Back to Reykjavik. Jeff Davis. So, Jeff Davis, no. Dollywood is in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Well, kind of. Sevierville, I think it's in between Sevierville and Pigeon Forge. But we also used to visit Maryville quite a bit as well. We actually passed through Maryville more than we did visiting on our way to Pigeon Forge or Knoxville. Because we'd take US 129 up. Alright, Iceland back to Reykjavik. About an 8-hour flight for this one, for this MAX 9. We're gonna lose it behind the pole there. Safe travels to Iceland. So this is the one you guys are hearing. I don't know if the APU's on, or do they have another one that they've started up down here that I don't know about. I don't think there's another one down there. Alright, so let's check on JetBlue 1185. Again, that's the last plane of the show, the one we've been waiting for. Looks like our next arrival is going to be a Frontier 1786 coming in from Miami. Orlando. Coming in from Mickey Mouse Town. Oh, JetBlue, they moved out a little bit. So the one we're waiting for is now just 25 minutes away. So we got a little bit of time left in the show. Got a Southwest getting a move on over here on 23 left. Let's go for it. So we did have another one starting, possibly. Looks like we got an E175 being pulled to the starting line here. He said that he would shine his flashlight for us when they come in, so hopefully he will. Knowing him, he will. So hopefully we'll have a really good shine the flashlight moment here on JetBlue 1185. Our next arrival is... So that is Frontier finally on a final. Frontier 1786 from Mickey Mouse Town, coming in from Orlando. I hear another A220. Where is that? It's going to get loud back here in a minute. So we have the CRJ from Delta. This is how you know it's late. When this Delta CRJ makes its way back here for the night. So this CRJ will be parked up back here for the evening. They're taking one of the E175s out to overnight parking. Interesting thing the other day. I don't know how many of you guys know this that are sports fans or whatever, but rumor has it that the Tampa Rays are relocating to Raleigh. How well that's going to work out, I don't know, but that will definitely increase airline traffic, I would imagine. I don't know how many of you guys heard that. I saw it on Instagram the other day. They were talking about MLB news that the Tampa Rays are considering moving here. I don't know what made me think of that. I just know it'll make the airport a lot busier. We already have a lot of sports charters between all the college football and all the hockey that goes on. So there's Frontier. 5:30 minutes left in the show here as we await that arrival from JetBlue 1185. Speaking of blue, we got Breeze. I thought I heard another A220. This A220 looks like it might do a turn and burn here. All right, Will, have a good evening. Make sure you do well in school tomorrow. Gifting one Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you so much, Madman. Greatly appreciated. So Breeze in that A220 getting out of here. Let's see who our next arrival is. Oops, wrong one. This arrival is United, I believe. This is coming from Chicago O'Hare, coming in from Matman Town. One hour and 24 minutes of flight time for the 737 MAX 8. So Matman showing up just in time for his flight. Nice arrival for that Max. We definitely have had a lot of Maxes today. What do you guys think? Although we have been on the air for almost 9 hours. So we've definitely had a lot of those Maxes today. Next arrival is going to be an exec jet over on the other side. That one's going to be a little harder to grab. That CRJ that we saw make that turnaround a little while ago, that one is coming in. That's Endeavor 5101. That one's trying to make its way back to New York via LaGuardia. So that one's still sitting out there. Again, we saw it get on the runway there and then decided to change their mind and pulled right back off the runway. So that looks like it's going to be another delayed flight for them. Just talking about getting a move on. There they go. This one headed it back to LaGuardia. Endeavor 5101. JetBlue arrival, Molly says, is going to be in 18 minutes. Thank you, Molly, for that update. There you go, give you guys some of that blue lighting there on Southwest. So Breeze Airways, the one that we saw departing a moment ago, that one's headed to Providence, Rhode Island. That's Moxie 755. This Southwest we're looking at here, that one is Southwest 4552. That one's headed to Nashville, Tennessee. So that one headed back to Music City. Miss Carolina gifting a 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you. I don't know if any of the rest of the fam is watching tonight. So, again, if you guys are, they are on their way. They're about, I'll give you that update. They're our next arrival in 13 minutes. So our family arriving in about 13 minutes. So thank you to Miss Carolina there, gifting out a membership. Congratulations to who got that membership. Again, congratulations to all of those who received memberships today from you guys' gracious gifting today. We didn't have too many today to gift or get gifted, but thank you guys, tons and tons. Every little bit matters, so thank you guys a huge amount. An exec jet touching down here. I'll pick that up. Not quite an exec jet. Looks like one of the flight school planes there touching down. What in the world is that noise? Got a couple of bikes headed out. Our Southwest, awaiting their departure. So now 11 minutes for that A220. I still want to know who's making all this noise over here. Why haven't they shut this down yet? I do believe it's this A319 right here. They should be getting ready to shut that down anytime now, hopefully. Adam, welcome back. Again, we've got about 15 minutes left in the show. So we'll hopefully, fingers crossed, they taxi into the alleyway and they don't go around to the front. If they go around to the front side of the terminal, we may or may not get our shine the light. Miss Carolina saying whatever's in the wrapper is really loud, so you guys should have told me. So it's not the wrap, it's not anything in a wrapper, it's my beard rubbing against my jacket. That's what you guys are hearing. So I unzip my jacket, so hopefully we won't have that rubbing up against my jacket anymore. I was wondering if you guys could hear that or not. So thank you, Molly. Molly's saying that they're going to gate C10. So that means we will have them back here in the alleyway. Hopefully whatever that is in the alleyway shuts down. Somebody's got their APU running. I don't think anybody's leaving tonight. I think it's that A319 though. Really can't tell. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I'm assuming that it's an APU running back here. So yeah, Miss Carolina again texting me talking about a rapper. Sorry, Miss Carolina, that my beard is so loud. I apologize. Does that mean I need to shave it off? Let's see if Miss Carolina will respond here in the chat. So Miss Carolina, if my beard is too loud, maybe we should consider shaving it off. Thank you, Molly. 4 minutes for JetBlue 1185. No, that's all you're gonna give me is a no. There it is. Never. I know I might freeze to death out here without my beard. I've been straightening it lately, so that's part of it. It's all rough and right down against my jacket. All right, we've got a departure here. Who do we have? So they're running some light tests on one of these E175s down here. Looks like we've got Delta on the move. Looks like an A319 or A320. I'll give you that flight info for this one in just a moment. Good sounding departure. Sorry, my beard is still rubbing the jacket. Yeah, I guess that means we gotta trim it on down for summertime then. Sorry, Miss Carolina, your fault. Gonna have to trim it way, way down so it doesn't rub. Actually, we'll just get rid of the jacket, because hopefully this will be the last night we've got to wear a jacket, right? We went from 90-degree days to like freeze warnings last week. It was really annoying. So there they are, JetBlue 1185. My family's long trip from London is almost over. She said she's been up for about 24 hours now by the time they touch down. So hopefully they'll be able to go home and get some sleep. So we should have the perfect shine the light moment if they're on the left side of the plane. Even if they're on the right side, as they come back into the alleyway, we should be able to catch them. It's definitely been a long travel day for them, for sure. But they're almost home. Do I see a light already? I believe I do. Do you guys see the light? Right above the engine light right there. Is that our shine light or is that the engine light? We got two of them. So they're in the back. There they are. There's that flashlight. Thank you guys for holding up the flashlight. Maybe they'll go back and rewatch the end of the show. So we'll catch them coming back here to the alley in just a moment. Send him a quick text message. Let him know I'll see him again here in just a minute. JetBlue coming off the runway quickly. You know this plane is in a hurry. Being almost 2 hours late. Again, they were supposed to arrive, well, they're an hour late. They were supposed to arrive at 8:30. So their long trip from London is over. Ending beautifully with an A220. So, if you guys are just joining us, this is our last plane of the show. I don't even know what time they left London this morning. I know it was sometime early, because they landed in JFK around 3 o'clock. It was good that we were able to catch the flashlight that far out. So maybe he's still got it up. As they round the corner here. Doesn't look like it. Obviously not. They're getting ready to get off the plane. Again, they're ready to be home. Right around in there somewhere. All right. Well, you guys, that's going to do it. It's been a wonderful, long day. Huge thank you to Molly for coming and hanging out with us. We were almost at 9 hours. So thank you guys for liking and subscribing to today's show. I greatly appreciate you guys hanging out with us and waiting us out here. So I did give you that update. We were at 882. We are now at 885. So thank you to the last 3 subscribers there toward the end of the show. So thank you guys once again. Thank you for all of your contributions. Thank you guys for watching the show and being here. Again, you guys watching the show and giving us watch time hours helps us the most. So again, thank you guys so much for that. It's been a nice long episode of the show. We'll see you guys again on Wednesday. Just another friendly reminder, Saturday, I'll be back. I'll be back Wednesday and Saturday this week. Next week, next Sunday is Easter, so I will not be here for Easter. So thank you guys. Again, thank you, Molly. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Will, for coming and hanging out. Santa Claus, thank you for stopping by as well. I hope you guys have a wonderful start to your week, and we will see you guys again on Wednesday. Thank you guys. Good night.